front of you where there is your chance to make the bulk of $4 million.
Dobra.
We know who you're
Ja
looking at.
mam top 3 i nikogo nie widzę.
Importantly, can they step up? Can they perform here now? As the times and options are limited. There's only 5 games. I mean, if that was it, right? If that was just the let's go, everyone's here, let's hit play, I believe that's a grand finals lobby. There's still more seats to be filled, but as we focus in on the qualifiers for major number 2, Queasy, Benno. This stadium went crazy when they walked by that trophy. Some would say these are the villains of this.
1-1.
These are the guys that went up against City and Cammy and fell short. Now they want to come back. They want to come back even stronger than a year ago.
Yeah, definitely one of the best teams in EU. I think that's without doubt number 1, number 2, number 3, one of those 3, because these guys are absolutely incredible. We saw in major number 2, 12-game grand finals, 6 victory royales. I don't understand how that's even possible. And then arguably the biggest upset when of course they didn't qualify to major 3 grand finals. How does that affect their mentality going to this? Is this now a bit of a redemption for them? Not winning an invitational, not making major 3 grand finals. What a better time to do it.
Listen, the whole adage, you know, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, or shame on you, or whatever. It may be something like that.
Not good at those.
They changed their drop spot at the Invitational, and it potentially cost them that first place spot. And then in Major 3, they changed their drop spot again and didn't even qual. So I think that they're going to be sticking to their guns and going Kenjutsu crossing and potentially going to be coming out on top in day 1.
There are so many big names. We have to continue the conversation. Miro and Cooper now kind of focusing in on NA. Miro just ridiculously decorated.
Yeah, a really, really decorated player in the NA region, won so many FNCS titles, paired up with a less experienced player. And this is a really nice storyline because you have the experience of Miro. He's actually not IGLing this year. It's usually Cooper that takes that role. And he's actually saying, you know what, I'll take the reins. I'll use your experience when it comes to fragging because Miro's just one of the best in the world at that. And of course, he can lead the way, lead the tarps, and make sure they make their way to endgame. This is one of those duos that I'm really, really excited to see how they perform on LAN because both of them are very, very talented, but together, we're yet to see them in this stage.
No, but we did see them perform incredibly well in Major 2, getting a 2nd place finish. And I think Rumble Ruins is a great POI for them, being in the center, being able to handle rotations, which seems to be a little bit of an issue for them in earlier seasons. So I'm excited to see Miro, obviously, as you were saying, an incredible player, a 5-time FNCS champ. However, most of those wins were with his old duo mate, Booga.
Absolutely. Well, we have one group of players left, so Arena, welcome them. This is your
Let's go, Winek.
From major number 3.
Nice.
And as we all know, Fortnite is ever changing and evolving season to season. You never really know what you are going to get, but guess what? This team, these players had to go against the zero mobility when it was arguably so difficult.
And what they might have lacked in mobility, they certainly
Koordynatura wychodzenia. Nie, on jeden brał bilon ze sobą jakby. Wziął sobie do ręki.
And really and truly, it's one of the hardest things to do is when it's your last chances, when it's your last opportunities to punch your way straight through to the biggest opportunity of your career. And it's time to put up those numbers. Can you do it? Surely all of our major
No to w klapkach wychodzą sobie.
had to play with that pressure. They had to play with that knowingly, you know, a looming pressure of, hey, I can only do this one more time.
And again, considering what's at stake, considering that they want to go straight in to that finals lobby here on Sunday, this is their moment to siege it all.
That's right. There are no more chances up for grabs here other than the 5 that's put in front of them.
No tam jest jeszcze sporo wolnego miejsca. No nie aż tak sporo, ale trochę jest.
25 duos to punch through to Sunday. We'll find out. I know you felt that. These are incredible players. This is 50 of the very best. The upper bracket all facing off today. You can feel it. The atmosphere is electric. It's not just this amazing crowd. It is every single one of these players. They all know what they have to do. top 25 by the end of the day.
Yeah, this is it. This is our lobby. I mean, we haven't spoken about yet in depth. How can we not? Booga, the man himself. What a player, of course, the World Cup winner. How many times have we said World Cup winner? Does anyone need to be reminded at this stage? World Cup winner? No.
No.
No, not really.
Never. I mean, Booga and Threats, I love this duo here. Booga obviously having the history and the knowledge, with Threats having just some of the most insane aim in the game. Having these two powerhouses together definitely excites me. And what excites me even more is that they're landing Sanguine Suites, one of the new POIs, where they're gonna have those 2 mythic podiums, and it has absolutely insane amount of chests, ammo, and loot.
Teraz najlepszy gracz w historii Fortnite'a na ekranie.
I don't think that's gonna be too much of a concern for them.
Yeah, and I was speaking to Threats yesterday.
Booga.
He said, mate, there's so much loot at this drop spot. We're not too concerned about fighting each other off spawn, but we want that vault. They're going to be going for that vault every single game, so we'll see how it goes for them.
So insane. More duos to talk about.
A nie no, dzisiaj szybciej wychodzą jakoś na szczęście. To już tylko 10 minut do tego, do pierwszej gierki.
Now the question becomes, how do they perform on LAN?
Yeah, the Canadian duo here, a lot of people had a lot of expectations for them going into Major 3. Donda's the best team in NA at that time. Didn't quite live up to that first place, but still managed to get a 3rd place overall. Lots and lots of hype around this team. We haven't seen them perform on LAN yet, so this is going to be a very, very big test for them. Will they live up to that hype? Will the weight lay on their shoulders a little bit and maybe put a little bit too much pressure on them? I'm not sure, but either way, they have the talent.
I mean, you're talking about 3rd place in Major 3, but I don't think that paints the full picture, because in Major 1, they also got a 3rd place. In Major 2, their worst performance was 4th. Yeah. They have the best placement between all 3 majors than anyone else here. And they're going to be landing in the gas station, which is a great split POI. So I think they might be the kings of NA for today.
What about the kings of OCE? Could that be Worthy and Alex? I had an opportunity to meet Worthy, just a sweet guy. Yeah. But Alex is pretty widely regarded as the best player in OCE.
Yeah, 100%. Such a recognizable character in the OCE scene as well. And these guys definitely pack a punch as a duo. In Major 3 Grand Finals, Alex on his own had more eliminations than 33 teams had eliminations. So him as a solo is outperforming some duos, which is absolutely insane. A big thanks to Coach Timmy for that stat, because that is just showing how good these guys can be when they're on this big stage, when they're in those grand finals. They do not crumble under pressure.
I mean, I think that incredible power is showcasing also in Majors 1 and 2. He placed 5th and 3rd, but just him, because this duo formed in Major 3. They might be actually the newest duo that we're going to be seeing compete here today. And they're going to be landing near that creaky compound where there are so many teams landing there. It's going to be interesting, to say the least.
To say the least, indeed. Now, of course, we only have 5 games here today. Pressure is on. With less games, you cannot make a mistake. How much does even just this going down to 5 games change everything?
I mean, it changed everything, particularly if you are contested. If you lose off spawn, that's a 5th of your games gone, where previously it was a little bit less than that. So you have to make the games count that you are contested.
Witam was na moim kanale, a
Thomas HD versus Ages and Kanadas earlier. If those guys don't have a good game when they make it off spawn, there's no guarantees that you'll make the next one off spawn. So you have to make it count.
And we always talk about, you know, maybe they're a day 1 team, a day 2 team. Oh, they're going to have an opportunity after day 1.
To by było na chwilę.
Okay.
They're not going to have that opportunity. Essentially, these are like 3 separate tournaments each day. So these teams are going to have to do everything they can that day to get in that top 25 spot.
Yeah, I think when I think about more of these duos that we're going to see, right, Tayson and Mustache, another duo that kind of just jumps to the front of my mind. Tayson, I mean, if you asked any EU player, you just said the name Tayson, they'd be like, yep, I'm scared, I'm good, leave me alone. But also now paired up with Mustache. Where are these guys landing? What can we expect from them?
I mean, Tayson widely regarded as the GOAT of Fortnite. However, there's a big however.
Okay.
He's yet to do it on LAN. He's yet to do it on this massive stage. So a lot of people would say he's the online GOAT, which I agree with, 100%. He's won so many FNCS across different gamers, different chapters, whatever the meta, he is on top. But what a perfect time, what a perfect storyline for Tayson and Mustache to finally do it, to finally crown Tayson as an in-person winner, not just...
Talking about Tayson, but Mustache is also right. But there is a thing, such such as tournament jitters, and Tayson definitely seems to have an issue with that, being in front of all of these people, thousands of people on stage is a little bit different than playing at home in front of your own setup and everything. But I think with the right preparation, they've had a lot of opportunity to practice leading up into this, then maybe he can finally be the land goat we know he can be.
But how much of that, you kind of talk about being here in front of the crowd, even that one mistake, how much could that affect those mentals, right, Kelly? Because it's easy to say at home, I made a mistake, I'm out, okay, let me just get up, walk around, whatever. This is so very different.
I think it depends on the players and the team. When you have someone like Kanata, which if you guys haven't had the opportunity to watch the Major 3 playback of him, where essentially the entire time he's just screaming, Agers! Agers! I think having a mentality like that, even when you're down, is such a big deal. And you'll hear a lot of these players, what's a big part of your success in winning this major, that major, and a lot of them will say keeping their head in the game, even when going down, just talking about what went wrong and moving on from it instead of dwelling on it.
So different. It's so different being in this environment. You know, you're at a different desk. Everything's a little bit different. A chair potentially is a little bit different as well. So everything is almost alien to you from what you're used to. You can't just get up after a bad game, go have a cup of tea and relax in the living room. You have to stay in this area, and that's what can add to the pressure as well. You're in this area, you're in this zone. It's now or never, and they do it.
I wanted to ask a question here. So obviously the bottom 25 move on to tomorrow, okay?
Yep.
So if you're one of these duos that find yourself in the bottom 25, let's say they've revealed some kind of strategy. Is that good? Is that bad going into lower bracket? Is there some kind of advantage or disadvantage to doing so?
As I said earlier, I don't think you should be aiming or hoping that you get in the lower bracket. It's not something that you want. You want to be getting into the grand finals today, now. But if you do end up finding yourself in there, things can definitely change. I think tonight's going to be a very important night for these teams that are going to find themselves in that lower bracket, because there will be 25. And I think that's going to play a big part, because then they'll start to figure out where are we going to be dropping, where's our loot path going to go. We don't know.
I'm getting word. It's time. Now, as we prepare for this first game, you guys find your seats on the battle bus. I want to hear from our casters to prep us before game number 1.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And yeah, find your seat on the battle bus. Find your seat in the arena here, because we are looking at a very contentious drop map. I know we focused in on a couple of those, head-to-head face-offs, but there are so many more battles happening today.
I think one perfect example we were just discussing was the whole Vico Pink. But hold that thought, because the battle bus has gone on.
Daj ten jeszcze kolejny, jeszcze pomóż.
The FNCS Global Championship Game number 1 starts right now. There is the bus. Now we get to jump off and really take to the world and see who will be able to put up all of the numbers that they are claiming that they are worth. Let's watch it. We get to start things off.
Widzę face camera.
King and Cameron.
To ma na tego
And keep in mind, we heard a little bit in the pre-game interviews. King,
to widzowie King i Fazer.
neither side particularly
I Maribuka, Thomas dead,
Ale teraz walka będzie.
Thomas dead.
But it's a
Widzowie.
It's a trade on both
Maribuka
sides. Aegis is
został.
down as well. Kanata will have to do a big convert here.
Maribuka został jak Thomas. A Thomas. A Thomas niech ginie.
Maribuka został.
Myślałem, że Typhoon.
Maribuka
zabił.
Tak. Udało mu się.
The reboot band providing just enough coverage away from those pistol shots out of Kanata.
Ale głupio ten zginął, Khan.
Will go EU's way.
Kanada to jest.
A dobra. Teraz będzie z tego. A tam jest dużo osób na miejscówce.
A Kanada wygrała ostatnio FNCS-y na NA. Buga chyba się nie będzie bił.
Chyba nie.
Aha. Już się bił. Tylko teraz uciekł.
Aha.
choose the proper moment to engage. Just gonna stay crouched for the time being, though. Again, keep in mind the amount of builds he actually has to work with. And Infiltrator Pump might be able to buy him a little bit of time as well, but it seems as though Bugha is investing fully into weaponry here, understanding he can't take that extra second to reload. He doesn't have a teammate to fall back on just in case. And as for Nutty and Abzer, they seem to be just taking their time, actually prioritizing some of the loot inside of Single.
Już ktoś ma bazę zbudowaną.
Another one rises up to the occasion. Here we have Yamzo and Rise looking pretty solid, getting their drops and their route together. So far, so good. Speaking about other things happening, though, I did see Baka, who is also contested up towards the northern portion of the map, get an exchange off there too. And here we get to take a look in with Queasy and Vino down at the Kenjutsu crossing.
Yeah, way outside of the map, and the real curious question to ask here is how well exactly they're going to be able to manage some of that early surge, because being this far south at Kenjutsu, it's
Czemu on to tak z daleka rzucał?
Zatikami zginęli.
Co?
Jako pierwsi.
Kurde, to przez grę oglądasz, tam to lepiej chyba widać.
Nie oglądam przez grę, tylko włączyłem sobie. Po prostu kto umiera, takie coś.
Kurde, nie no. Że tak szybko? Kamiseti zginęli tak szybko? Szkoda.
No i na miejscówce pewnie przegrali.
Żeby z Japończykami przegrali? Zobaczę to w powtórce w gierce, jak się uda. Ciekawe, jak to się stało. Nie wiem, jak to się da oglądać. Chyba się nie da oglądać przez grę.
Nie, to trzeba chwilę poczekać, to po 5 minutach dopiero można zacząć. Czy coś
Ranking
takiego.
sesji oglądaj mecze na żywo. Tu będą wyświetlane mecze na żywo do jakichś najlepszych graczy. Ale nie no, Kamiseti widzowie zginęli.
Ale i tak tam. Top 25 to są dwie dobre gry.
No tak. Co wiesz.
Whether or not those two will clash, it seems as though Seti has already been eliminated, and that's true. The fact that Stain and Datas were able to take care of them this early on is huge.
Yep, big trades happening here. Now we see Yuma getting tags in the distance too. Surge, of course, is going to be one of the equally most important things to worry about. Meanwhile, in the feed,
Fortnite widzowie.
found himself an elimination too. These are all of the contested battles happening here. The drop map standing true exactly as we expected. Teams that were aware of teams that were going to land on them are definitely fighting for it.
And you can imagine the confidence boost, the momentum that some of these teams engaging in those 50-50s are bound to be looking for. And the best part about it is getting those eliminations so early on leaves you plenty of room to actually continue working on their pre-planned loop pathing, not having to really worry about interference towards some of those rotations could make a big difference in positioning later on.
Sprawdzam sobie, bo zrobiłem reset, czy teraz się uda? Ranking sesji, oglądam mecze na żywo, nie, na razie jeszcze się nie da nadal.
The solo remaining, but nothing just yet. So not really getting greedy with the opportunity put in front of him, but instead banking that elimination. Remember, there's just 5 games, right? Only 5 games. You pop off in game number 1, and all of a sudden you're really set up for a potential just seal. Top 25 for today, right? The goal is get to grand finals.
I mean, just think about the amount of sheer splashes that Acorn just had available for himself. 12 splashes to work with is a huge amount. They can definitely take their time in terms of finding those ideal movements in case they need a little bit of that slap effect to work with.
Japończycy nie są aż taki źli.
Continuing to seek out a chest that might be left over, splitting there with bolts. Seems to have an idea of maybe looking over towards one of these forecast towers, maybe also keeping an eye out for that reboot van in the distance as well, for anybody that gets some ideas early on.
Forecast tower is definitely extremely
Co to Horik buduje jakąś wieżę?
Pickups you can play for.
No Sunsa widzi.
Though Sun's also not making it easy for anyone rotating through the valleys here. Now we have Fastroki and Kylie down at the western, southernmost area of the map here, split up from his teammate, looking to hold out a potential King, maybe rotating down at the bottom. It could be Cal Gamer there, but no, it is King and duo. And they have danger nearby. They've already exchanged between the two. You can see the passive standoff here, but these are fights that are so important. These are fights that you need to, at the very least, entertain for now.
As far as Kylie is concerned as well, a little bit of leverage there over King with some of that height, but seems as though King has spotted out that Kylie is just a little bit across the way from him. But transitioning back over to Pink and Vico.
Dobra.
A lot of these players just seeming to take their time. As long as you have a twin mag assault rifle, it just doesn't really seem as though there's too much pressure to activate some surge strategies early on, but Pink here really sitting on some of the augments that he's gonna choose to
Obiją się.
actually
Triple FHD i ten, i Twist Hero.
Po prostu chcą ratować, tylko dostają.
Aj.
O, od Gierasa dostają.
Ale Gieras, aj, Gieras też dostaje teraz mocno.
Kolejnie czasem trzeba trochę zaryzykować, żeby wbić surge. Gieras ma dobrego coacha, więc sobie poradzi.
On ich teraz może coachować, czy nie? Chyba nie.
Teraz nie, no ale przed turniejem raczej taktyki robił Artur. Bo Artur coachuje tego Gierasa i Harego i Miksona i Blachę.
A ciekawe, czy w przerwach mogą ich coachować pomiędzy meczami.
Nie wydaje mi się, bo Artur i tak na trybunach siedzi.
On miałby problem, żeby ich coachować. Oj. Pars dostaje.
Walka. Baka. Ale Okis jeszcze żyje.
Okis żyje. O dziwo.
No.
No, ale on chyba kontestu nie miał.
Ej, ale ci ludzie, którzy na niego polecieli, nie żyją już.
Czy zasługujesz, że sam Oski, czekaj jak on ma.
Okis.
Okis zabił całe duo?
Nie wiem. Albo oni po prostu zginęli gdzieś indziej. A on przeżył jakoś. Albo gdzieś indziej poleciał.
Ale za że ci co grałem razem zawsze są w tym samym teamie.
To zależy.
Ja nie wszyscy, ale kilka takich jest.
Na jakiejś Azji albo gdzieś, to tak jest często, bo tam z reguły na takich regionach jest jeden jakiś duży team, który ma połowę dobrych graczy tam. Tak naprawdę tylko w Europie i na Ameryce tak nie jest.
Ma rację.
Tylko tutaj jest tak, że jeden team ma może z 2 albo 3 takich dobrych graczy. Ale fajnie, że tak pokazuje, jakie perki oni mają.
Oj, dostał. Veno dostał mega dużo.
No tak, ale i tak nikt teraz nie będzie dojeżdżał raczej.
No nie, oni tylko obijają się głównie.
They do have the great positioning here on the top of this mountain. Yep, Queez is going to go and get on out of there. Picking up augments now as well, really trying to round out his advantage where possible. They're just going to have to rotate to greener.
Chyba już można oglądać w grze.
Już sprawdzę, czekaj. Siadawo. Bel karmi.
Można już.
Dobra. Będę oglądał w Gierze, będzie lepiej. Się odchodzi w to. Ranking sesji, oglądaj mecze na żywo? Nie.
Nie musisz wejść w kogoś. i wtedy po prostu wejść do gry, w której zginął już ktoś. I kliknąć oglądaj i wtedy możesz normalnie oglądać kogo chcesz.
Czekaj, ja mogę kliknąć ogląda, więc zresetuję szybko Fortnite.
Yeah, there are a couple late stragglers looking to make their way to the new zone. Meanwhile, Sphinx and Boyo sitting right above Acorn and Cold here.
Jaras i Harry mają jednego killa.
Positioning so far, no reason to
No
do
w sumie no,
anything too
i tak
hasty
nie
just
dojeżdżają
yet.
za bardzo teraz ludzie.
Meanwhile, the feed, Miro's taking his
No
own
tak,
road.
oni pewnie na miejscówce zabili, stawiam. Oj, ale mają mało leczenia. Mają 2 potki i 3 splasze tylko.
Jeśli chcesz włączyć
A nie.
Fortnite'a.
Jak coś to w grze jest spore opóźnienie.
Czy lepiej oglądasz na Twitchu?
No tak. Ja będę chyba oglądał na Twitchu i najwyżej sobie jak już się late game skończy, to obejrzę jeszcze raz w grze.
No najwyżej tak, bo zaraz będzie już czas.
Sam late game, bo i tak przerwa będzie długo.
Od Hamas i Malibuka. Się zrespili i teraz i teraz wyspę przejęli.
No
Prawie.
pewnie każdy się boi o wyspę pójść.
Ale ktoś chyba dojeżdża, bo podchodzą tam pod wyspę jakiś team. Nie widzę dokładnie ich ników, ale widzę na mapce.
Ale czy oni zdążą?
Chyba nie zdążą podejść.
Nie, oni chyba po prostu tam siedzą. Bo nawet nie wchodzą na górę. Chyba. Przynajmniej jeden.
No, jeden jest. No, zawsze nawet nie wiem.
Jeden jest albo na górze, albo pod wyspą.
Bo takie jest jakby nasze zdanie, ale chyba raczej mi się wydaje, że nie wszedłby, bo wtedy by się poruszyli, może by spróbowali zabić czy coś. No, są
No
pod
i
wyspą.
na dole byli.
Baka i Pars wychodzą właśnie ze strefy.
3 kile już. I MK mityczna.
Dobra, niech spalam teraz. Czemu tej skrzynki nie otwierają, jakby co? Mieliby leczenie, oni mają za dużo leczenia.
Ale możliwe, że to tylko pokazuje, że ta skrzynka tu jest. Ona na przykład może była tam wcześniej, ale ktoś już ją otworzył. Ale po prostu powtórka czasem się baguje.
Racja, oni się zbudowali.
Raczej by to otwierali, gdyby to faktycznie tam było.
Od Japończycy co pokonali Polaków chyba. Są na tym. Na tym jakby
Na
zamku.
wyspie.
No.
O, Kif zginął.
No i dobrze.
Czemu dobrze?
Bo gra sam.
Szkoda, ja bym chciał, żeby on się dostał.
Yesterday, and even though they don't speak English, I tried my best, and they were there practicing their drops. They said they were ready, they said they had the better drops, and they were going to beat Canyon City 5 out of 5.
What a bold statement to make. Thank you, Levin, for the insights there and the valuable insight of being able to really hear from their perspectives. But oh, we have Booga. Oh, big tags coming in for Booga. He doesn't have a teammate either. Threat's already down for the count here. He's below the surge. He's gonna have to do more here, Taco.
Booga just looking so isolated right now.
Boga cały czas solo gra.
Just really taking their time to see whether or not they want to try and finalize on an elimination onto Booga. Booga definitely aware, definitely closing in, sees that brief moment of separation there between Gon and Ping and feels as though it might be his opportunity to strike, but Gon, Ping, certainly aware of the fact that they're going to have Booga trailing in behind them, and Booga, he's trying to take shots where he can. Gon having some difficulties getting those builds up behind him. That's going to put them in a really rough position.
Dobra, Booga ma aptekę. Ma 2 apteczki.
Boga gra mają taktykę z solo kaszkapów.
come up for him, but
Tylko żeby on
now he does have to move into
podniósł
it.
apteczkę na czas.
Will recognize that of course he has to continue to fight and push his way through this. Meanwhile, Hodesai finds
Jak
a
wszyscy
little bit
krzyczą,
of
jak Buga
details.
jest pokazany.
And other trades happening there too. 7-man finding an elimination. And his teammate Mshari gets one as well. So Middle East finding
Tomas
their
dalej w strefie
best
siedzi
here too.
z
Let's
Marduką.
jump on over to Miro. Miro who picked up Okiss just a bit ago. That's going to be the single elim in the pocket there. And a long, long rotate now as they have to push all the way eastern here if he wants to get safe.
You can see Miro.
Już pierwsza połowiczna jest.
And nobody's gonna spot him out from Mega City, but for Miro and Cooper, all too easy pickings
To jest
here.
pokazane, jak Oki zginął.
Trying to hold his own, but unfortunately, this pincer maneuver is one that we've seen time and time again from the likes of Miro and Cooper. Just a synchronized attack that is way too problematic for any solo to deal with.
Look at that, Alex and Worthy turns the corner and Gon is waiting there from the outside of the zone. So we know
To
Hugo is
teraz
also
możliwe, że będą się bili, jak do strefy będą przechodzić.
they're going out and around
No teraz tak, bo teraz ich jest jeszcze ile zostało ludzi?
2 ticks worth of damage
66.
every time you sit in the zone there.
Alex and Worthy
Okej, no to
also
jest taka
a
w
little
miarę.
bit of an uphill adventure.
Szans jest
No jest
dobra.
nawet bardzo tak.
Help out with that,
No.
as far as just getting them
Że rzadko w tym sezonie tak jest.
distance coverage, but again, you have to expect that there's a decent amount of
Ale
teams
jednak to jest największy turniej
inside of Mega City. Those
tego
are
roku.
some of the front leaders as far as getting more towards that center of zone. Got a handful of teams
To
trying
Buga
to
idzie do
empathize
strefy.
as things continue to pull further and further away from Mega City, and Hero. A nice little
A Haro
glide in.
zlutował.
Won't be interrupted there on the launchpad, but look at this, Lou, look at these
Ale on
builds.
nic nie ma.
That is not the kind of loadout that you
No,
want to see.
Chyba osób coś ma tak naprawdę. Dużo ma słaby lud. Zresztą tam ktoś miał złotego spaza, nie pamiętam kto dokładnie.
No ale mówisz o matcach i leczeniu.
W sumie racja. Bo w sumie
To jest raczej nawet ważniejsze. O, na ziemi. FHD. O, Dweno. Od króla Fortnite zginął.
Looks like Hero's gonna have to leave his teammate down for the count potentially here now as he's going on in. Not worth sitting around here. Potentially has the team on the hunt. Yes, it is. Yuma right on his heels here. And Vino and Queasy jump in to finish the deal. So that's gonna be the huge refreshers for Vino and Queasy now.
You know, Queasy, they have so much space to work with. You can see some of the congestion that's starting to build on this bottom edge of the zone, but as far as Queasy and Men are concerned, they're definitely far enough above the damage threshold.
Quizzive, no mają lud za to.
No ale to oni są faworytami w sumie, czy nie?
Depending on which direction
Ale
they
chociaż
actually
No
to od
tak.
tego nie jest zależny.
could make some quick work of
No.
builds and lead for a great attack opportunity here.
Buga dalej żyje. Zero budowli.
Position here, 172 damage below the surge threshold as the pressure continues to
Ale zabił kogoś.
top of his shoulders here.
Zabił.
Already out of the
Zastanawiam jak się
zero now.
wbija buga gdzieś. Bo tam się biją.
Here's a fight happening nearby.
No bo on ma below. To zginie za chwilę, jeśli się nie wbije.
This is truly all or nothing,
Kurde.
but no.
Pompę dostał. Ale ten Storm Sickness dużo zmienił tutaj, myślę.
And Cross
Na Storm Surge.
A, dobra.
That's just the unfortunate side
Bije
of it.
lekarmi. On jest
Built
sam
up your
teraz?
own
Chyba
work with,
tak.
you're just breaking through everybody else's with a pickaxe, hoping that you're not gonna break through the wrong build.
Navy i Podasai też nie mają aż takiego złego lutu.
In front of you. Sneezy and Podesai, though,
Jak na to, co tutaj ludzie mają.
them a little bit earlier on, we saw them initially in some pressure throughout some of that mid game, but definitely managed to work through it.
Ciekawe jak Polacy.
High ground, though, doesn't really seem to be too feasible for them from this position. It seems as though that's a little bit more in control over there with likes of Thomas Malabuka maybe looking to work their way up. Also saw Kylie doing a decent job, decent hill position there.
Yeah, really having to
A
use
dużo ludzi crashpady używa.
time to make a move, but again,
Znaczy to nie jest w sumie taka zła rotacja, jeśli oni jej używają.
kind of resistance here, so it's gonna be a quick
No nie jest zła, jak teraz te rakietramy są słabsze.
they are fine and
Jeśli ktoś ma lot, nie? To już w ogóle, bo widziałem, że tam często lotami latają. A
A
Malibu
nawet bezlotnie jest. No Malibuka ma bardzo dobry lot. Tylko zależy, czy teraz uda im się łatwo do strefy przejść.
No, jak na razie już przeszedł praktycznie część dużą.
I 4 kile już mają jej wyspę.
Więc długo na razie.
Możliwe, że będą top 1 po tej grze.
But here's a little early glimpse into the leaderboard so far in match number 1, and Thomas Malabuka, they seem to be leading the charge. And with Ping and Kyrie having just
Tak, są 2 kile. Też full loot.
We saw Malabuka and Thomas looking to see as though they might try to work their way up through that secondary height layer, but as far as Merstash and Payson are concerned, they know
Ale Merstach gra na 3 bronie.
right now it's about picking the right direction to go, and a lot of these teams trying to avoid some of the water.
Harry i Geralt żyją.
No i dobrze, ja nie wierzyłem w Gieras, ale w sumie... Jednak w sumie ma szansę Gieras.
Geralt jest dobry. Ogólnie wszyscy ci Polacy, którzy się dostali, to raczej nie są tacy, którzy mają małe szanse na quala. O, Quizy już high ground.
No szybko na THG przejął.
Ale kolapsują.
No, skolapsowali.
A Venom ma mało HP, ale na siebie jest.
Ja się tego na Twitchu, więc nie widzę tego.
No ja też oglądam, ale widzę po prostu, że my się regeneruje powoli.
A tak, bo tam w lewym dolnym rogu tym, dobra, to widać, bo nie zwracałem w sumie to uwagi.
No, ciekawą rzecz pokazują.
Nixon praktycznie ginie. Ale King przepłynął pod nimi. I King głupio zszedł. Mógł zostawić tego chłopa, co tam spływał.
Mixon umarł.
Aj, on miał tam loa. Blacha żyje? Nie.
Nie.
Kurde.
Batman Buga żyje.
Pars żyje. I Baka.
Party Baka 6 kili.
Ale Baka ledwo żyje niestety.
Ale Siorba ma chyba albo Medmista.
No, dobra. Dobra.
Nie wiedziałem, żeby Gyros umierał.
Ja też nie widziałem, ale nie mogę go znaleźć.
Wiko ginie w strefie. Harry zabił, czyli żyją.
Albo sam Harry żyje.
No ważne, że ktokolwiek z nich żyje. Harry znowu zabił, chyba.
Czekaj, właśnie nie widzę, bo to tak szybko się zmienia.
Ale dalej nie widziałem, żeby Harry umarł. Gyros też nie widziałem.
Thomas zginie.
Gyros chyba zabił przed chwilą, tak mi się wydaje. Harry umarł.
Malibuka umarł. Quizzy Tysona zabił.
No.
Tak już się zaczęło. Gorek. Nie żyje Gieras, nie widzę go tutaj.
No.
Tyson
Ale
dead.
w top 10 na pewno byli.
Top 10 na pewno mają właśnie, tak. Quizzy dead, Quizzy dead.
Plus jeszcze mieli 3 kile na pewno. Nie, 4 na pewno.
Quizzy dead, Venom został sam i ma słabe pozycje. Ma trochę
Jedno duo tylko.
na leczenie. Red już grał trochę na strefę.
No Reed, Fast Rocky, Kylie i Venom. Venom powalił.
Fast Rocky dead.
Venom wygrał.
Venom wygrał solo.
6 killi.
A kto tam za nim stoi za Venom?
No to pewnie są jacyś pracownicy z Epic Games, którzy tam nie patrzą po prostu, czy oni nie robią nic, czego nie powinni robić i tak dalej.
Dosyć do nich już od razu pani od wywiadów.
This is exactly the start you were looking for. So stand up so Copenhagen can see you. Come on, Queasy. Venno, what's it like to win the first victory royale of the Global Championship? Because I know that Major 3 was a bit of a tough time for you.
It's standard for us, it's standard. You know, every year we always got to win first game, we always got to have some victory royales. and you know.
Teraz tabelę można zobaczyć.
Is it nice to be
Właśnie będę
back
sprawdzał.
in the same space on land together? Does that
Gieras jest top 7 na razie.
To nieźle, ale to jeszcze jest te 5 gier jeszcze.
how are you making season 4 work?
No ale dużo już to daje. Blacha i Mixon top 16.
So tell me about that final
No nie-
fight
To
then.
już, nie, to jeszcze nie jest ostateczna tabela
You
jednak.
know your opponents quite well. Why do
Jeszcze
you
nie
think
wszystkim mecze wczytałem.
I mean, you know, we had
42 teamy tylko są na razie.
we put them down, thanks to Gwiazda and myself, and then you know I closed
Już
out,
48 u
I
mnie,
closed
a nie,
out
bo
solo, you
tak.
know, it's just standard, and I can't
Mam
really say anything more,
48,
you know?
już u
But
mnie
you
jest.
don't want to tell everyone
U mnie
in
44.
Copenhagen that you took down the Danish
Ostatni
boy
jest
Thomas,
Kami i
so you're
Seti.
not scared that you're going to become a villain here.
You know,
No i
we
zostaną
went on
ostatni, bo byli ostatni.
and because we came second, you know, we want to show the rivalry's over.
But it's not, is it?
Czemu oni są nie ostatni, a mimo że mieli tak tyle samo
Well, you
punktów?
guys fix your eyes on each other and get
Co?
ready to board the battle
Niektórzy mają
once
też
again.
0 punktów, a nie są
Back to the
ostatni.
death.
Na przykład
Congratulations,
Kamil
Crazy
jest
and
ostatni, ma
Wojtek.
48.
No bo Kami i Seti zginęli jako pierwsi w całym lobby.
No i to w spokojności gnięcia w takim razie, tak?
No tak.
Not quite this. I wasn't sure if it was going to be Queasy and Benno. To be honest, there were so
Nie
many
wiem jak oni
names.
przegrali z tymi Japończykami, no w takim razie ci Japończycy nie są aż tacy
Hold on a
źli.
minute. This is us. I love
No zależy, po prostu mieli lepszy lot raczej.
Sprawdzę w sumie jak oni się nazywali, sprawdzę gdzie oni są. To ciężko znaleźć, bo tu prawie nikt flagi nie ma.
I to też jest jakieś zbugowane, przynajmniej u mnie, że pokazuje, że ano. O, ja mam już pełną tabelę.
Yeah, these guys are winners,
Są
right?
po koszulkować teraz tych takich co Bułgarzy.
Harry Gieras top 13.
Anyone else is
Dobra.
taking that crown 'cause they
Oni
want
mają
to be there. They
24
want to
ci
make
co
sure they can do
Polaków
it.
zabili.
And I really like the way they played that
O.
endgame. Beautiful
Ale mi
stuff.
cały czas te powtórki działają, bo ja na nią klikam, o i jednak mnie wczytało, więc zobaczę jak ich zabijali. Zobaczcie sobie też gdzie Gieras zginął, bo jest chwila czasu.
They're used to that sort of situation, and that's exactly what they do best.
I do think that the zone pulled a little bit in their favor, but by zone 3, Queasy not only had a gold twin mag AR, a gold sharp tooth as well, 6 crash pads, but also had 2 mythic slurps. They were set for success from the get-go.
We see them, of course, get shot right there. That was the moment.
Zobaczyć. Czemu ja wchodziłem na tego, żeby znaleźć ich? O, Okis co znalazłem, Dajdusa sobie obejrzę.
Going down a little bit earlier here, but I think if I'm Queasy, I'm going to be so confident having Benno on my side because, I mean, just look at that. That's what he can do. Massive shots. If there's anyone you want clutching up as a solo, it's Benno. He's got the he's got the
To
game
jakby,
sense,
nie
he
wiem,
has the
coś
mechanics,
to jakby
and
jest
of course, he's such
w
a
Kopenhadze
strong
są,
player,
za Igorek.
when it needs them. Getting
FNS
off to a
jest
great
są w
start
Kopenhadze.
was a start for them. They couldn't
Dziękuję za widzowie za 1000 subskrypcji, znowu. W ogóle. Bartek wbiłem dzisiaj 1000 subskrypcji, kolejny raz.
No, chyba czwarty raz.
Trzeci. Ale 1200 subskrypcji, dziękuję widzowie, dobra. Spróbujemy jak oni zabili tego, bo zobaczyć czy była przewaga, że po prostu Lenny nie lepszy, czy przewaga lepiej zagrali.
Yeah, players that they were going up against.
Dobra, ja we dwójkę na chwilę.
Incredible players, and so
Okay.
still to be able to do that as a solo player like Vino just did just shows how confident and calm he can be, but also very excited too. But I mean, if we're talking about Queasy and Vino, we gotta talk about the other side of the coin, right? Seti and Cammy going down early, just like Levin showed us.
Yeah, really rough start for those guys. A start they definitely wouldn't have wanted. I was saying at the beginning of the show, they
Kurde,
were
widzowie,
passing their drop
się
shots, they were looking good, but unfortunately things can change. Bus paths can
Zacznie.
change, of course. The environments can change. You never know what can happen. And of course, when you're fighting against a team that isn't on your home region usually, things can be different. Teams have different playstyles that you cannot possibly prepare for. So if there's anything we know about Cammy and Seti, when they do make it off spawn, I'm sure in the next games in the future, they'll be absolutely fine. It's just getting to that end game for them might be a problem.
Yeah, and this is just the first game, right? Obviously, with only 5, which is usually the typical 6, we don't want to be making mistakes like this, but they
Dobra.
still have 4 more to make something. And Malabuka. Again, like, as we talk about names, you're just going to be like, yeah, nah, I forgot about them. I mean, I know they're here, the top 8 is great, but looking to perform here as well, and a pretty good showing in game number 1.
Yeah, not a bad showing at all. I mean, we saw it in game in the first first little off-spawn battle right there. What a time to do, what a way to kick off the weekend, right? Thomas HT managed to Malabuga, who managed to pick up his assault rifle off spawn. Really, really great game actually because I really like the way he used the reboot ban to block as much shots as possible, and then this little hut, managing to find that high ground and then finally take out Canada. What a start for this duo, and we know how the rest of the game went. Solid game for them as well.
Although it did go down to a 1v1, and I think a lot of people may have been expecting Malabuga and Thomas HT kind of just take it so soundedly, and I think that they might be taking it a little bit easier in these next few games just because of how close it was. You saw Canada trying to grab height right there, and you were right that Malabuga was able to use that reboot ban to his advantage. But if Canada just got a little bit closer, a little bit sooner, it could have been a bit of a disaster for Malabuga.
Can't forget, of course, they had that Rift Island as well. Of course, it was a south playing zone. They know where the spawns are, just outside of that racetrack area. There's not actually too many spawns down in that sort of southeast area, so they were actually able to sort of predict where it was going to be, and they managed to get on there uncontested completely. Nobody wanted to go for it. First game of an in-person event. Who has the guts to go for the island? It's these guys.
Yeah, and of course the crowd did lose it when we saw that happen, but here we go. A look at our standings. Now, please remember, we have another 4 games to go, but right now,
Ja sobie sprawdzam po prostu, gdzie Kamiset i jak Kamiset zginęli teraz. To ogólnie to jest... Wylądowali w na górze razem. Biden i Stone. Kamiset byli na dole. Tutaj jest lag niestety. Po tym lagu będzie nie dec. Tam jest... Nie, to jest Tundra. Seti widzowie. Gdzie był Kami widzowie? Nie mogę tego znaleźć, gdzie jest Kami. Stanie się zajął. Oj, niestety w takim razie muszę dostać mu to chyba Kasper za swoje zachowanie. O, widzowie. Muszę sprawdzić. Był wtedy, widzowie, rozgrywka, dron wolny i tutaj, i tak widzowie, cofniemy kawałek, żeby zobaczyć jak Kami zginął. To the point where you couldn't really contain him. But around zone 3 or 4, you saw him playing patiently. They towered up pretty early on, able to get those storm surge tags, and it wasn't until towards the end game that Reet really popped off and grabbed a few eliminations. They're not really a placement player, and to see him get that second place spot or third place and eliminations as well, I mean, I'm just proud to see him evolve as a player.
It was really difficult down those lower layers as well. Remember that end zone? It was all over water. It was an absolute mess. I saw King there swimming
like
through like a shark down below, trying to scoop up some loot. Of course, he ended up getting taken out. But those are the difficult times. If you don't have those materials, you don't have power on that's where those refreshes come into play because you need those builds in that water zone.
Some would say those refreshes. Anyway, let's go back to the leaderboard. Let's talk about
prowadzenia podczas rozgrywki zamiast stajna po prostu.
We kind of highlighted at the start of the show in 6th place. You see Cold and Acorn, right? They did manage to find themselves the 5 eliminations.
A, jest Karm widzowie.
Now I feel like for me, rather than kind of like go through all these duos and kind of talk about everybody,
widzieliśmy widzowie jak zginął Seti.
Mad congested, right? There was toward the end game almost no one
Dobra, Kami.
right? Everyone's doing the same thing. We are trying to go on the defensive. We don't want to make a mistake here in game.
Cofamy widzowie kawałek.
Due to the fact that this is a low mobility meta, besides the rocket ramp, so these players, instead of being able to kind of just use these mobility items to rotate around the map, they're gonna have to tarp up. They're gonna have to protect themselves as they rotate all the way to that far southeastern side. So it does kind of benefit the teams that are closer there.
Przyspieszamy to teraz. Czyli Kami wylądował tutaj na MK. Wszystko dostał od razu plecy od... Dostał plecy widzowie od tego. Od Steina. Dostał dead widzowie od razu Kami, a Static dostał, tak jak widzieliście przed chwilą, próbował uciec tam kawałek, ale mu się nie udało. Widzowie, tak to wyglądało.
switch drop here, and they actually ended up going towards iDrop and Mappy in that sort of central
Widzowie,
area
już
where all those
wkładajmy
caravans are. They
F11.
actually switched their drop last minute. They thought, yeah, let's just
Kiedy
try and
widzowie,
land
odpalam
the
z
seam,
powrotem
and it
Twitcha.
worked out for them. So that just shows how those little decisions like that, switching the drop spot at the last moment, can make a big difference.
And it did make a big difference. We saw earlier on in the game that Acorn and Cold had 12 mobility items in the game besides the launch pads and then of course the mini crash pads as well. I mean, they definitely seem to have used that change in drop spot, which isn't something we typically see on this caliber, really well. And another team that I want to talk about just by the leaderboard that we saw is Thomas HD and Malabuka. You can see through their placement points that they didn't get that many placement points, but the 15 points from the Rift Island made up the difference.
Those mid-match objectives will make or break some duos. Now, at the start of the show, we talked about Tayson, the online GOAT, looking to make that LAN title kind of all-encompassing, just GOAT status, paired up with Merstash after this game, right? This was a pretty decent start, right? And again, like, we have to kind of be mindful that, remember, there's 6 regions, it's just game 1, there's a lot of jitters.
Okej, dobra, widzowie.
After game 2, what can we see them adapt or change that might make this game 2 crazier for them?
I mean, we saw them go for height there. We saw them pre-popping those slurves. You see it at this moment right here. Merstash just trying to look up at Queasy and Veno to go for that high.
Teraz powtórki Mersta był na HG, ale jest chyba zabity. Tak, od Tysona.
To make it happen, and that can be the problem. If you're cranking up on that backside of zone, you're expending so many materials, and if you're going up against a great height team like Queasy and Veno, that's where things can get difficult. But a really great start from this duo. Of course, landing at the north side of Slappy Shores, we saw them getting those surge tanks really, really early. Massive base that they seemingly build every single game they go there. All those extra heals, it got them to that end game, and they just need to keep that consistency, because if they keep it up, they're going to do good.
And I think what helped them too is that they were holding second high or in that mid ground really well, where a lot of the top teams were kind of fighting for that high ground, or they were in the depths of the water below. So by being aware, situationally aware of where all the other teams are and taking that advantageous position in the mid ground definitely helped them.
For sure. Now, of course, that crazy moment in the Victory Royale was wild, but we have the ability to listen in on the players. So let's relive this moment, but from Veno's perspective.
Nice. Dead. 200 dead. I got it. I'm coming up. I have siphon. Crash. I'm rocket, okay? Oh yeah, I'm dead probably. I'm dead. Top four, all duos. Land on, nice. Corner. Nice. I'm stacked. Yeah. 2v2. Or two, one solo and a duo. Top three. You have Madness. Play Madness top 2. Play Madness top 2. Trust. I'll let you know if he gets knocked. I got him. I knocked him. Yeah. 1v1. You're good.
That's kind of nuts, right? I love that Veno is able to just focus, right? It's just about just let me rock my mechanics, right? Just tell me where to look, tell me what to do, and then just let me execute upon that. Queasy just so calm, right? He's like obviously there is a bit of chaos in the moment, but Queasy just listen, just grab this. You're fine. Trust, you've got this.
And that's such a skill as well. I feel like not many people talk about it. When you are down and your teammate is solo clutching like that, the comms that you give are so vital. You can see Queasy just making sure that he is giving the absolute perfect comms, what he needs to know. Maybe he might have missed something. Maybe it's his heals. Maybe it's his materials. But Veno's like, okay, let me cook. Just give me the ingredients that I need.
And part of the reason he cooked there was that rocket ram, using it to go straight up into the air. See where the rest of the remaining lobby is. Land down immediately and get that incredible shot. That's why we're seeing them in first place right now. 93 points to start off the day. A pretty decent lead relative to the rest of the lobby here.
And, you know, I don't want to say necessarily bravery, but to use that rock ram in that situation almost is like... It's risky, right? Mad, high risk, high reward, but for him, he makes it work. Here's a look at our top 20 duos as it stands just after game number 1. Remember, 4 more to go. We had highlighted Cooper and Mira, though, in the 16th place at the top of the show, as well as Alex and Worthy. Is there maybe a duo standing on these top 20 that stand out to you guys?
I think for me it's Gripey and Flixie. These guys land at Mega City, so you would maybe
Okej, Matron długa jest ma dobrą topkę na razie.
In 19th place, when the zone does pull towards you, especially in Mega City, you can just sit on those towers, on those buildings, try and farm storms.
Tu już ta skinka zmieniam.
With that a little bit because of course so many teams are rotating in, but it might be a little bit too late. You almost need to rotate out, get that storm surge, try and get back on that high ground at the right moment. And from what I've seen from those guys, they're doing that so well previously. Maybe a few spanners in the works have been a little bit more difficult for them because they needed to try and find those refreshes, and that water zone definitely didn't help either.
I mean, I was looking at the top of that page 2 right there, and Alex and Worthy representing the OCE region a good job after game number 1 there. And I know that a lot of people tend to think that these competitions are going to be, you know, oh, EU and then maybe NA, but a lot of these, you know, smaller regions showing up right from the get-go.
And it's about making a statement in this first day, right? Remember, first 5, top 25 go on to grand finals on Sunday. So the job's not done, but it's about making those statements. It's about saying, regardless of what we do, if you see us in grand finals, you know what to expect from us.
Dobra. Ale tak to nie widzę, że no Kamisy tu przegrywałem, ale nie jest źle, jeszcze 5 gier dzisiaj. Myślę, że Kamisy na pewno się zakwalifikują dzisiaj albo jutro.
Yeah, and speaking of a marathon, we saw Baka kind of going on a marathon throughout that game right there, grabbing so many eliminations, and part of that definitely has to be to that mythic MK7 that he had there. He was 600 damage above Storm Surge in the middle of the game, and by having that on your pocket, it's definitely going to be, you know, a bit more of a confidence boost leading into the end game.
Okay, so we've highlighted some duos. We talked about what we like. What did we maybe not like out of this first game? Are there things we're kind of hoping to see change going into these next 4? Because remember, this is it. You want to end the day in top 25.
Yeah, I think I want to see less water in the end zone next game. How about that? Can we get a little less water?
Ale słyszę, widzę grach czytuję powoli. Okej.
And I always just prefer to see the zone change.
Tak to będzie widzę gra.
Really makes or breaks these teams because although yes, Queasy, you know, are an incredible duo in their own right.
Już jestem, ale w ogóle wiem dlaczego Klik ma streama.
Dlaczego?
Bo on dzisiaj nie gra, on gra dopiero jutro.
Właśnie to jest tak, że jak to jest, że dzisiaj przechodzi 25 duosów, jutro przechodzi 25 duosów. Co nie?
No, ale jutro dochodzi jeszcze 25 kolejnych duo.
Tych gorszych, czy jak? Czy jak to zrobili? Zmierzyli?
No tak. Jakieś tam... Nie, no po prostu chyba ci, którzy się dostali z tego Last Chance Major, to grają dopiero drugi dzień.
Czyli mają jakby mniej szans na ten, na... Mniejszą szansę.
No tak.
Bo tak się zastanawiam, bo to byłoby bez sensu, jakby było 50 par, 25 by przeszło dzisiaj, 25 jutro, no bo w sumie by i tak wyszło, że każdy przejdzie. Nawet nie musieli się starać.
I mean, showcasing though that they did have that rough start. I don't know exactly how their positions would have been towards the mid and late game there. And I think
by having that rough start, if they did make it survive into the end game, they probably would have stuck to the low ground. And we saw how chaotic.
Tak, on ma streama cały czas.
Necessarily would have even attempted to go for high ground, especially with the two
No,
duos.
stage'u można streamować chyba.
Going up on high. I think that they, you know, may have not even had that great of an end game if they did make it there.
Ale patrz, to są dzisiaj chyba wszyscy, jutro chyba nie ma żadnego Polaka.
No jeśli zrobią quala, to tak.
A w sensie mi właśnie chodzi, że w tych 25 duosach co jutro dochodzą, że nie ma Polaków. Czy dochodzą?
No nie ma. No, nikt nie dochodzi z Polski.
Dobrze, to znaczy, że się od razu dostali.
No.
Nie wiem, czy to znaczy, że jutro będą mieć łatwiejsi gracze? Raczej nie.
Raczej dużej różnicy nie ma.
Very, very early on, and then there's just so much pressure. You can't go for the reboot. You can't try and make something happen. He did still manage to find eliminations, right? That's still points. We still are working towards something, but I think you're right, Kelly. with threats there, it could be different, Mini.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Booger actually going down to surge there.
Już chyba gierka się powoli zaczyna, mi się wydaje.
Because he needed that storm surge damage, and when you're only 1 of 2, it's so difficult to do double the damage that you need, because of course he's only on his own. He tried his best, and being only 174 below at that point is a credit to how much damage and how much aggression he was showing.
Moim zdaniem jeszcze trochę czekania będzie.
But I mean, it's Booger. He can make anything happen.
Yeah, and this is still just game 1 of day 1. There's so many more opportunities for these duos to change up their play style and potentially pull out something we haven't seen before.
That's right. Well, let's hear from Frankie, who's actually standing by, because we want to hear what's going down in the crowd.
Well, I think Copenhagen thoroughly enjoyed game number 1. Did you love it, Copenhagen? Were you happy?
Ale wygodne krzesła no chyba są w miarę. Ja widzę teraz.
Co?
Ja myślałem, że tam coś... Ale tam było jakieś chyba tam więcej, jakieś takie mieli takie jakby dmuchane balony poziome.
Nie wiem. A widziałeś tego TikToka z Kadamą? Co ci wysłałem?
Tak, ale nie całego, teraz będę całego oglądał właśnie. Myślałem tylko wstałem, że się darł.
Daj ten jeszcze kolejny, pomóż mi, szybko, pomóż mi. No proszę!
No jestem, no zamknij.
No ale ty mnie zedytuj, kurwa!
Zamknij to mordę! Debilu ty! Będziesz mi gadał! Mnie denerwował!
Co jest?
Zamknij mordę, bo ty idioto denerwujesz! Jak ty chcesz grać?
Zamknij mordę, bo ty idioto...
To było słychać? Mówimy, jakiś Nilas odpisał z jakiegoś serwera.
Co?
This is what it's all about. It's hard to not get a little bit emotional when you think about, like, we have been having competition kind of separate all year, right? And now getting to come together to just compete. Obviously, there's a lot of stakes, but when you just think about this concept, 6 regions all going head to head, the fans in the stadium, I'm sure fans at home watching, all the people you are all cheering for, it's just something else, man.
So good. I mean, we see it online. We see some stuff on social media. People having a little bit of banter between themselves, a little bit of rivalry, some love as well between different regions. But to see it all here, right now, is absolutely amazing. I like the fact that Frankie went around the whole arena there to see who was where we expect to see some people, and we have some very, very loud fans.
Oh, just a bit indeed. So gentle. I mean, yes, there is a little bit of banter going on online, but there's also a little bit of banter going on in the pre-show.
Yep.
But I want to talk about Reet and Ritual. I already talked a little bit about them, but I just want to showcase how they were able to make it into the end game there. And as we can see, 5 eliminations and that 2nd place spot. I mean, that's a great start.
It's a great start from this team. I mean, we've seen these guys. I mean, we've seen Marie performing on these international stages before. Not quite having the best results that we would expect from his caliber of player, but I mean, he's crazy. He's going to be hopping in boxes as we get to have a little look at some of the highlights from them. Of course, Ritual putting on such a great show there as well. And again, this is what we talked about earlier. They're just able to pick up refreshes. You can see Reet right now, 0 bills. He thrives in these environments. When he's got nothing, when he's down in the dirt, he can just pull something out of the bag. And you can see it right here. He's got all the loot to make it happen as much as possible. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it all the way to a victory, but 2nd place for those guys. If that hill wasn't in the way, a little Reet versus Veno 1v1, I want to see it.
And I love just him showcasing there all of the ability that he has.
Yeah.
The quick builds, the easy edits, great eliminations, the patience as well as the aggression. I mean, that's what it takes to be a top player. It's not just having good aim, it's not just having game sense, it's having it all.
Yeah, and I think what that gameplay showed me, and actually something we've kind of seen a lot of, but more players have kind of shined a light on, is these sneaky tactics, right? It's not about, let me just run at you, because remember, these players are playing with indicators. There's so many ways to kind of know there's a threat incoming, but for so many players, they're kind of utilizing the strategy where we're just going to crouch around, we're come around this corner, we're not going to build, we're not going to make any sounds, and then suddenly, bang, we're here, and now you're in a fight for Reet. This took him up to 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, we saw him there with the exotic shotgun just doing so much damage, jumping right in the box. I think that that shotgun and him are like a match made in heaven. I mean, it's the perfect shotgun just to jump in the box and go crazy with. So I'm expecting more of that from them. I'm expecting them to maybe try and keep consistent whilst also going for those eliminations. But it's one of those situations for them where, do they have what it takes? I think so. It's all about how can they feel after game number 2. What's going through their head right now? How do you even pick up from a game where I'm sure they would have hoped to have won, but they couldn't have got off to a much better start than that, only 1 place.
My only concern is that they can be a bit of emotional players, and being emotional is, you know, it's a double-edged sword. It does give you that passion, that excitement, but then it also can be a big detriment where once you're down, you are down for the rest of the competition. Now, again, I keep talking about the evolution of these two as players, so hopefully they've been able to kind of break past that wall. But I mean, my goodness. Game number 1, and just so many big names going down early, so many new teams also coming through and kind of showcasing their region. And I already talked about the Baka and Pars. Baka and Pars getting 8 eliminations in that game.
I mean, they just seemed to have a game where they were so far away from the zone, almost seemingly every single time, yet they managed that so really well. We saw them taking that fight all the way up on the north side of the map, which did drag out a little bit. Of course, a 2v1 situation, you want to be getting that done as soon as possible. You want to be cleaning that fight up ASAP. So for them, they had to expend a little bit of heals, of course, but that did give them the Storm Surge damage. I know Taco mentioned it on the cast. They had so much Storm Surge damage at this point. Just a testament to their fighting ability. And you can see it again, needing those refreshes, hopping in the box. And recently, these guys have really been impressing me. They've been cooking. They've been doing really good. I mean, look at that.
Baka down to a sliver of health, literally 1 HP. But what he did is incredible. The confidence that he has. He didn't run away and turn tail, which a lot of these players would do. Instead, he kept going for that refresh, and clearly it worked out for them. Pars, unfortunately, getting 1v2'd there, but still, after that fight, they have to be feeling good.
Remember, both these guys actually played with different teammates at the Invitational, so I think those land jitters, they're not going to be affecting those guys quite as much. And I think that's why they got off to a very, very good start there. Despite the zone pulling all the way down to the south, they had all the answers to all of those questions. And I think in this stage, in this environment that we're in, that's the most important thing, just trusting your game.
Czekamy na gierkę teraz, Bartek.
Where the game 2 of the day is ready. So let's send it back on up to the casters to get things started.
Thank you so very much, Zeke, and that's right. We're really beginning the reset right now. Game 2 is just moments away, and as we already know, we will have to see what will happen with Kanata on the drop here alongside Aegis. Aegis put up the numbers, but here it is. Game number 2.
Gierka zaczęła się.
And just like that, we are right back in it with match number 2 of day 1 here of the upper bracket of the Global Championship. And again, Monster, you were just starting to touch on it, but some of these initial 50-50s, particularly that one down at Drift Ridge, not going the way that maybe some of these players might have expected.
And crazy, look at this, the 50-50 Stain and Datus landing directly on top of Seti and Cammy. Really looking to play upset here. Seti quite doesn't land perfectly inside. He doesn't get a weapon first, but Cammy does. Cammy does exactly what he needs to. Gets the finish here, gets the siphon as well. And it's all in his favor right now. Here comes the pressure.
But it's all up to Datus to keep the hopes of Asia alive here. They managed to win out in game number 1. Seti, though, relatively low. We see Kanata as well, striking back for revenge there with a knock onto Malabuka. But the action here at Frenzy Fields, it's continuing to build as Datus now looking for a little bit of a wraparound just outside of this barn. Datus getting some nice shots. Seti will go down. Now it's just a 1v1 between Cammy and Datus.
Man, Datus really showing us what he is capable of. Coming second, the FNCS Major 3 for the Asian region, but no, comes in and Cammy finishes the job. They strike back, but it's not over yet. Meanwhile, it looks like Kanata and Agers have also finished the deed on their side of the map. You gotta think, look, Kylie Fastroki listening to what's happening here. So Cammy and Seti are not safe just yet. Meanwhile, North, Pars, Baka. Coming out of the early game, they had 3 eliminations. So it wasn't just this team they finished. They had more to fight after this.
Dobra, Pars.
Started with Pars and Baka getting that early duo elimination onto Misha and Teeny. And whether or not they can look for a repeat instance is all going to boil down to whether or not Baka and Pars really want to try and take a more aggressive push here.
We
Hollow
do
Whispers
have to bounce back, though. We absolutely have to look at a quick highlight here. Take a look at how Kanata with the redemption shot here. Opens up onto Malibuka. The greed was real. He finishes him off. And then Thomas
Malibuka na glebie.
The shoes were changed. Put on the other foot here. They secure the slurp
Tym razem Thomas został sam.
double angle and Kanata aggressively slides on over to get the full finish.
Chyba Thomas innym razem Thomas przegrał miejscówkę, Bartek.
We could be seeing both of them in Sunday finals.
If it wasn't for that slurp truck, things might have looked a little different there for Kanata, because I don't know if you noticed, but only 8 shots.
Jestem już.
Jakby co, Thomas przegrał i Malibuka przegrali miejscówkę.
But again, now it's going to be
No i dobrze.
Malibuka who are left to sit and simmer,
Kanada jest
waiting to
lepszy.
see whether or not they can finalize things there in game 3.
Crazy to think too. There's only 5 games, right? And all of a sudden now 2 of our favorite duos, one from EU and NA, have a chance here to really sit, make a big deal and push their way up the standings. Really showing you that, hey, there's a limited number of opportunities and you have to make the best of it. I told you, Fastroki and company might be coming out.
O, Kami się biją.
O! Fastroki.
A nie, co w ogóle na kogoś innego.
No, właśnie tak patrzę, że...
Bo już zabili. To są ci, którzy mieli top 2 w poprzedniej grze.
Oj.
Albo top 3, nie wiem. Ale Veno ich zabił na końcu. A nie wiem, czy jakoś będą mocno starali się zabić. Bo dużo czasu tracą, tak po prostu w boksach się bijąc. I jedni i drudzy mają małe ryzyko w tym momencie.
Na Kamil fulla, tylko masz szybką pompę, to nie jest takie złe.
They are not willing to budge. They are staying as close to each other as possible because they also want to make sure they stay in contention of this capture point, not trying to let it go for free towards Kylie and Fastroki. It seems for the time being they have
Poszli sobie tamci.
Tak, teraz jeszcze tam ping ba został. Obok.
No pewnie pod Surge'a po prostu patrzą ci różni. O, to Tyson dostaje. Tyson od początku tu latał?
Mi się wydaje, że Tyson gdzieś indziej latał chyba.
Chyba tak. Nie wiem. Wiem, że kiedyś tutaj Tyson latał, ale nie wiem, czy na tym turnieju tutaj latał.
Lata, bo jest.
No chodzi, że przed tą grą.
The Olympi tells a different story, or actually a same story if you're Pars and Baka. Because for the time being, Teeny at least, no longer in the lobby.
Yeah, Pars and Baka turned online now and get the finish onto Teeny. There it is. So the full finish onto Misha and Teeny, both sent back to the lobby. Meanwhile, there is another duo lurking from above, Chubbs and Bryce, looking on down, trying to see what they can do to influence this exchange here. Can they find tags to go ahead and put themselves in a successful position? So far, so good, but these are absolutely important exchanges here. And listen, Pars and Baka, man, you gotta give them some respect.
W tabeli przewaga 20 punktów.
You would have thought at the invitational, hey, look, we don't have LAN experience, what's gonna happen? Nope, they are here showing that they didn't need it. And they're even better than the last time we saw them.
Don't really need LAN experience if you can just trust your instincts as a player, and that seems to be exactly the mentality here for Pars.
I Pars zabija Teny.
Absolutely no hell to work with in that circumstance. But it's a nice establishing point there, because now that is 2 games back to back. That's going to start to pose a real issue here, because again, Monster, it's only 5 games, and for Misha and Teeny to be knocked so early on, they've got some ground to really make up for at this point.
A lot of ground to make up. Recover to be made here, but Acorn, Cole looking good so far. Vibing out here, trying to see if he can farm some surge in a distance. Meanwhile, Ritual will find a knock onto Edgy. in Ritual. What a surprise from them. I did not expect them to have such
Ostatniego i Kamiego widać, czemu sobie gdzieś w tle idą.
Strong game one, and then an even better start to their game two so far. Here's Jamon and Yuma. Very, very interesting duo right here.
Just kind of floating around for the time being. Just waiting to determine which direction. Seems as though they're just gonna build a little bit further into this jungle biome, and Yuma, doesn't seem as though they have any other incentive for the time being as far as aggression is concerned.
No, Bartek, obstawiasz, że kto wygra tą gierkę.
Pick things up a little bit, as again, we did see some teams struggling a bit in game
Tom
number one
teraz.
as far as that surge damage threshold.
Ja obstawię na, nie wiem, Kamiseti.
A i tak to wszystko zależy mocno. Ale powiedzmy, że mówię, że Tyson.
Ja mówię, że Kamiseti.
Very important for them to get their rotation loop route down snappy here, as the zone will be pushing in pretty
Kamiseti mają duże szanse.
On the other side, Pink and Vico from the Frenzy Farms now up to a high ground position here. I'm gonna go for trades, and oh, what a dirty angle there for Vico. Those are extremely important onto teams inside the mega city.
But again, we see some of the action that's been unfolding here so far, but we've got Levin to give us even more.
Thank you very much, Taco. Look, we just saw Pink and Vika there on the screen. We've seen Acorn and Code in this game as well. Coming into this game, both these teams in the top 10. If you know anything about me, I like to see action. I like to see fighting. And I thought these two were going to be fighting. And even Pink himself said, look, we might have to fight them. There's not enough loot in this area for both of us to share. But they're somehow making it work. So far in game one, both of them, they're making things so scrappy. Every single bit of loot they can get, they're going for. And somehow they're in the top 10. If they can continue, I expect both of these teams to quarrel. But when it comes time to grand finals, I don't expect them to be friendly anymore. I'm thinking if they can both qualify, that's when we're going to start to see some action for them.
That's an excellent point. It's one thing to make your way through a top 25 being the the hurdle to overcome. That's a pretty low barrier for some of these top tier competitors. But when you get to finals, you know it's going to be a lot harder now, as number one is all that matters for the best of the best.
That's got to be every duo for themselves at that point, and Pink especially. Yeah. I mean, you have to consider what he even mentioned in one of the pre-show videos that we saw. Cap Metal is so important for him, and you have to expect that at his split drop, he is not trying to share by any means with anyone else.
Well, take a look at this. Zagu and Peppo actually have finally found themselves elimination. Last game taken out a lot earlier than they would have liked, so this is their chance to go ahead and bounce back, put some numbers on the board. And they have a very, very interesting strategy. They're actually healing Striker and getting as much surge as possible. What a unique position to be in, but also you have to be so smart to think like this. This is how, again, ahead Zagu and Peppo are.
But imagine being Striker. Your fate completely decided, just watching yourself benefit some of your competitors to the utmost extent.
If you're a Fortnite like super nerd like I am, that right there, that was
genius.
That was so genius.
Worthy, meanwhile, he's got to get a different sort of strategy going. Decent span out here. Will get some nice shots onto Mustache. Actually tags him up all the way into his white HP, but still holding strong here. Worthy doesn't seem all that excited to give up this positioning that he's established just yet, and for good reason. It's a pretty nice aerial view.
Here's Gyros and Shari now. Great position here. Zone's already starting to hold more center than the last game.
Trochę nudne jest to czekanie, aż late game się zacznie.
No a tak to wygląda niestety.
To jest właśnie minus takich turniejów, gdzie jest tylko jedno lobby.
As we know it, anything can of course happen here.
It's got to be so scary sliding over the ice just then. You're just hoping that no one's going to be able to catch sight of you, but Cooper, not sure he's even fully aware of the fact that Zagu and Peppo are based just a little bit more towards interior of this jungle trench. Miro following suit behind Cooper. These teams trying to make sure they don't stray too far from each other, but still wanting to make sure of the fact that they are collecting the resources they need. Because we saw just how congested that last game was, especially with the way that zone was pulling so viciously over the water. So much of these teams were just getting trapped inside of that mid-layer territory.
Meanwhile, the Rift Island is going to start to formulate here, jumping just outside of Reet and Ritual's perspectives there. They can be the first to take a stab at it, and if they secure
Może
this,
teraz
I
coś
mean,
się będzie działo, jak
surely
wówczas się pojawiła.
25 is locked in the bag, as they were in the 76-point threshold range.
Reed chyba będzie już spotał.
So they can get a big 15 here with the Elans and some placement. They will be in the top 25. It could be done and dusted here, as there are only 5 games, but no, instead they say, hey, look, let's go for the full Rift, get straight to the top. No zipline for us. I don't know which was riskier, but it works out at the end there.
Able to juke out some of those distant shots in the air, and being the first ones to actually touch down on Rift Island does mean that they'll be the first to try and make use of those bonus objective points with the Capture Island point. But again, Reet and Ritual, I mean, who did we see last game on the Rift Island? It was Thomas and Malabuka. Well, guess what? They got eliminated super early by Kanada and Agers. So now it doesn't
Bartek, teraz Pars i Baka się biją oraz o wyspę chyba teraz się biją. Wcześniej się nie bili o wyspę chyba.
Mi się wydaje, że wyspa była czysta.
Była czysta, ale potem już tam weszli. I były chyba tam 2 teamy nawet. Przez moment. Była przez moment czysta, ale weszli.
But at this point, it almost seems as though Chubbs is just trying to waste Baka and Pars' time, trying to force them into expending some of their resources, some of their splashes and heals that they might not
będzie chyba
want to
wyspa
let go
pokazana.
otherwise. And again, it's still early on.
Pars goes into the box. He's going for the full push. Baka's here to back him up. And this
I
is
Baka chyba ich zabija, chociaż nie wiem. Jest 2 na 2.
And luckily for him, he will escape somehow, some way, barely sliding his way out the side there. Baka has a different
Baka jest dobry
goal in
dosyć.
mind, though. He's going to go
No.
around the outskirts here. No stranger to the zone. Continues to play with it, but ouch. That surely wasn't a
Nie zdziwię się, jak on nawet w tych finałach zrobi cały 10.
W sumie jest taka szansa.
But look at Chubbs' builds. They're running incredibly low. He's actually going to forfeit that height positioning. But it's not like Baka and Pars have any idea, but now Chubbs seemingly under pressure from a team slightly further out. Still has to make his way in through the zone as a solo. Not sure if he'll find a reboot ban opportunity either this late in.
What a spot to be in now if you're Kanada and Agers. Even more pressure as they only scored 0 points in game number 1. The first team to be fully eliminated, but not humiliated. They do have a true chance now. Finding tags here now into Thoric and Bolts. Of course, some of NA's best there too. Very few can say they've wielded the pickaxe of champions, but hold up, jump in with Colleen Fastroki, who's already gotten an elimination. This is actually a full finish that they picked up, potentially onto Cammy. And now Seti is by himself. My, oh my, what a tough spot to be in for Cammy and Seti. Of course, didn't pull the luck of
Kami
the
sobie się biją
draw
chyba
in
z
game
kimś
one,
teraz.
game two. Not going in their favor
Tak, sam jest
necessarily here.
2 na 1.
We be seeing them
Gra Seti.
a lower bracket push.
It's the fact that Seti and Cammy already had to deal
Seti ucieka.
with one nuance at the start of match number 2.
Będzie respił Kamiego, jak mu się uda.
Seti going for it, might make it to Cammy in
Aj,
time,
nie
but
zdążył, lód
unfortunately
tylko
the
zebrał.
rocket ramp
No
speed
niestety.
just not enough. Having the reboot card though, talked about how difficult it can be to look for that reboot ban opportunity, but it might
I go gonią chyba zaraz.
the intention from Seti at
Nie, tak
this
nie gonią
point,
go.
because it's a lot easier to make it into that end game if you have your duo with you.
That is right. Well, last game we saw Huga make it work as a solo with no threats. This time Seti says no. I'm not going to endgame by myself. He's going into the storm for a reboot.
I Quiz i naokoło chyba widzowie laserują ze strefy teraz. Kuma ja się staram komentować, tylko że wiesz, to jest... Już się tylko oglądałem je.
Is not going to be enough, not for long at least. They're recognizing the potential threat looming. Here comes the rotate though. Another sniper in hand here, so Vino really flexing and exercising his sniper play here. It's Kanata who's in front of him. They gotta be careful.
Vino, though, taking his time with the approach, as you would expect. Have to keep him fine for as much of a fragger as he is. Oh no, trouble though for threats here. He's got a nice knock, it seems. Might be able to find the double finish, but still, Anon doing everything in his power to delay as long as he can, but this storm is so problematic. Threats trying to see if he can finish the job now onto Anon. He wants this refresh of materials from both Suns and Anon, bound to get something for his troubles at this point. Gold sharp tooth pump, primed and ready to go. That right side peek, and it was nearly a miss there for threats, but he will be able to capitalize, close out. Another elimination secured here. And that's going to be Oshi taken down by NA.
If it wasn't for that overshield, he was done. He had 2 eliminations worth there. That's 100 HP in Siphon, and he ended with 86 health, by the way. Surely the map doesn't quite add up, so he needed a little more.
Dobra.
Couldn't see if it was that overshield.
Tu w miarę zrotował, tam ma jeszcze zostały 2 duła, nie, 3 duo z tyłu.
For QND, rapid here, Middle East.
A dlatego już się powoli late game zaczyna, więc fajnie.
Time to get on into this new zone here. Long rotate to make, and it's going to be a tough one for them. Meanwhile, out of the top 5 here, only 3 duos remaining here in game 2 for Stroky and Kylie down, and Shari and Vision View down there. See on the right.
On the bright side though, for QND and Rapid, did
No i
see
co
them
wiem?
with that
No
storm
to
chase
kto jest
off
na
lane,
30
so
nie
that's
pisze?
definitely gonna benefit them a decent amount. They continue to look for those rotations. Klonsky and Grolls, on the other hand, Cirque Plants doing the job as far as getting some health and shield regen is concerned, but definitely still need to wait around, see if they can get more. But unfortunately, when you are this far below the damage threshold, 320, and then some to work with as far as damage is concerned, and that number only growing bigger.
Yeah, that's not enough. They need a lot.
Czyli to samo możecie powiedzieć, kto jest na live.
Coming up quite short here.
Dobra.
But I mean, hey, I like the strategy. Of course, these are going to continue to replenish. They can bounce back and forth, but at what speed can they stay alive here now? Trying to rock it out, trying to wait it out. Here it is, really starting to run thin on time now. Eventually the map will catch up. One false move and they are down and out.
It seems as though they're really hoping that some of these other teams might just get elimed all of a sudden, because we have seen circumstances where teams might be relatively far behind on Surge, but team gets elimed and then the gap isn't as big as it initially seemed. But for Vico and Pink, they've got a whole nother mess to cover. Only 18 below damage threshold, so the pressure is definitely on right now, but it's on Pink.
Seti is the one who's going to clutch up here when it matters. And although he may have
Seti chyba
saved
kogoś zabił
Cammy,
teraz. Tak, Seti
unfortunately,
zabił
it does
Vico.
seem like he has to continue to ride this one out. It was definitely worth it though, because at the end of the day, they picked up eliminations and he picks up 2 more now, putting up at 4 here. So this is still a game that's worthy of earning some, at least some points, right? Remember, at a very, very early finish in game number 1.
If there's anybody that knows how to play the low ground, it's definitely going to be Seti as well.
A ten, bardziej to jest chyba takie coś, że Seti robili podwójne boxy tam powiększe, żeby nikt nie wiedział, że jest solo, co nie? Ty też tak robisz chyba.
Niekoniecznie.
A no w sumie...
To raczej nie jest taki poziom, że jak ktoś zobaczy, że on jest solo, to pewnie niego wiedzie. I też za dużo ludzi żyje, żeby ktoś tak wjeżdżał bez powodu.
W sumie...
Harry i Gieras żyją.
Gieras żyje serio? Ile go nie mogę znaleźć? A może gdzieś jest, ja nie zauważyłem pewnie.
4 kilo mają.
Nice! Teraz każdy o tego Stormstursa się boi.
Teraz Gieras dostał kraka.
Nice. No Fostroki i Kalian...
To Sorba dostał.
Dead.
Nice.
Top 1 jest dead. Top 5 jest dead. Ale nie no, mają aż 4 kile. No Harry ma też w miarę dobry loot z tego co widziałem. Nie spojrzałem na matce, bo nie zdążyłem.
Mają po 600 maców.
Nice.
finds another elimination there. Worthy, who had the high ground, gets knocked by Hero. Okay, so they must have over-peaked from their position, and now they've been taken down. That could be a potential huge swing. Could Middle East be winning game number 2? So far, they are setting themselves up surely to do so. Seti rotates across Vino and Queasy.
Pełno na hagie znowu.
Back-to-back run.
Kurde, oni cały czas idą na te HG.
And look, Hero is trying to make their way up, but the resistance up top is Vino and Queasy.
I teraz więcej maców mają i raczej nikt ich nie skolapsuje.
Raczej nikt. Teraz przynajmniej.
Seti dalej żyje.
Ale City...
Zabił chyba,
Tak,
bo ma 4 kile.
Zabił przed chwilą. Zabił przed chwilą.
Gieras obok niego.
Baka Par still alive. Ritual still alive. Even Okis is up right now. Saw him mixed in the feed. Those are a few of the NA competitors that are up.
Okis żyje.
Where is the Amzo? As he was also inside the top 10. If teams can continue to keep up that
Słyszysz?
there.
Tak, tak. Oglądamy odcinek. Dobra. Setis chyba już jest nie jest. Setis ma już mega mało do rotacji. Ale już nie ma Rocket Drama niestety.
No dużo ludzi nie ma nic.
No Okis też
Od
żyje.
początku. I teraz Okis taką top 5 robi i ma już blisko do top 25 na koniec.
Ja będę zdziwiony jak Okis dojdzie do finałów. To będzie taki klacz.
Widzę go, on ma 100 na 100 HP. A mnie ciekawi jakim cudem on Surge'a nabił samemu.
No musiał zrobić to legalnie na pewno. To wiem. No tak to nie wiem jak.
Seti dalej żyje, na Sherba gra.
I just can't wait till we get another listen in later because you know Cammy and Seti are putting down the comms needed here to navigate through this game so effortlessly, making it look easy. Meanwhile, on the low ground, here's Middle East. Fahad here, representing 4 elims right now. What a big spot to be in, showing us just how good they really are. And let's again not forget, this is the Global's best tier. Joining us for the upper bracket, you had to perform in the upper tier of the 50 to be here today. Kanata falls.
Okis zabił kogoś.
Ja nie wierzę jak on to robi solo. No daje radę chłop.
Into their territory as now Yeman will meet the same fate as so many others so far. Seti though still managing targets.
Mixon zabija. Mixon zabił Tysona.
Mixon Tysona, czekaj. Czy teraz Tyson...
Okis dead. Top 10 albo 11.
A ja wierzyłem w niego. Czekaj, dobra. Ciężko mi ogarnąć, że to się tyle dzieje dosłownie. Pars dead. Dobra, Gieras żyje. Seti bije się z
Seti
Gierasem.
żyje.
Seti zabił Gierasa.
Ale Harry zabija Setiego. Gieras 8 killi.
Nie wiem, czy mam się cieszyć z tego, że...
Harry na hagie.
Tak, dobra. Oni mają mało HP tam na grandzie wszyscy chyba.
On ma szansę to wygrać.
MZD.
Jeśli mu się... Same solo. Harry na hagie. Ale nie ma maców.
A ja, oni mają właśnie mało HP. Akord mają mało
Ej,
maców.
Harry może to wygrać.
Jak to dobrze rozegra, to myślę, że jest duża szansa, bo oni tam dole się biją.
Bo on może przechodzić po prostu po budowlach na samej górze.
Tak, bo to jest aktualnie jest top 3, top 3.
HP ma najwięcej ze wszystkich.
Tak,
Zabija.
pod górką. Jak on
Wygra Harry.
Tak.
Harry wygra.
Ten nie dojdzie tam na górę.
Nie wiem, może wyjdzie, ale wygra nawet na strefę.
Kurde, Rocket Drum. Na strefę wygra, no.
No, wygra.
Ale Harry Gieras. Polacy wygrali drugą grę. Może nie
9
kamień
killi
się.
chyba.
9 killi? 10 mi się wydaje, 10.
No 10.
10 killi win Polaków. Czary
I będzie
Gieras.
wywiad.
Ej, Gieras to jest ten po prawej?
Gieras to jest ten blondyn.
Blondyn. Po co miałem podwójne słuchawki? Nieważne.
Jedno to mają wygłuszenie, żeby nie słyszeć co jest wokół nich.
A bo oni tam komentują i widownia krzyczy i tak dalej.
Getting the information of you, but you had the better health in the situation. How do you feel clutching in front of all of these people?
Amazing.
Amazing. That's a perfect word. Let me come over to you, Gareth. What was it like?
Ale wypowiedzi rozbudowane.
No bo oni się stresują, to pierwszy taki wiesz.
O, Gieras mówi coś.
No Gieras lepiej chyba się wypowiada na razie niż Harry.
No tak, ale też jest chyba starszy.
No poza tym Harry myślę, że emocje ma po winie, że sklaczował to. Zawsze jednak jest trochę emocji ma. W ogóle ile miałem lat? Gierasa kojarzy z TikToka, że on tam stawił, że jest dobry zawsze.
Że co?
Gierasa kojarzy z TikToka, bo on tam stawiał zawsze jaki jest dobry i tak dalej.
Tak?
Ile on ma lat?
Oni teraz top 2 są.
Nice. Kto jest przed nimi? Quizivano?
No. Nie, Reed.
A Reed, dobra, dobra.
Reed top 2 i top 6 na razie.
Ile miałem lat tak w ogóle, bo ja nie kojarzę zbytnio.
Ile oni mają lat?
No, no.
Harry ma chyba tam z 15-16. Gieras ma, nie wiem, z 18-19.
Gieras ma... Jest nieznany, jak na tym, na e-sport earnings, z tej stronie jest jego data urodzenia nieznana.
Ale czekaj, ja ci zaraz mogę powiedzieć ile on ma lat.
Chyba szukam Fortnite e-sport z Wikipedia.
Czekaj, ja już to mam. 17 mam.
Nie no to... Dobrze mu idzie. Ja go właśnie zawsze z TikToka kojarzyłem tego chłopa Gierasa, bo on nam cały czas wstawia.
A Harry 15. Nice, to Polska górą. Ale jak oni agresywnie grają.
Polska górą przez U otwarte.
13 killi już mają.
Polska górą się pisze przez U otwarte, co nie?
No górą. I przez OM.
Tak. Jakieś to tak bolało, jak ja na to patrzyłem, a teraz ja się nie dziwię, jakbym tak na sprawdzianie z Polaka napisał. Tak szczerze.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we saw Seti in that end game. This was crazy. He tried to go for height. That was just so low. This guy's crazy.
He was like, you know, he's like an autopilot, high ground, high ground. I mean, oh no.
I'm on my own. Honestly, I think it was a great play. I think that there was so much chaos going on.
Harry i Gieras o 11 miejsc do góry przez tą grę.
Wow. Czekaj, jeszcze topka, no to Quizivano top 5 minus spadli. Ostroki nie wiem gdzie on jest w ogóle.
Ostroki top 8.
Ostroki, a jak się nazywa ten taki, wiesz, ten taki co gra solo.
A Oki. Możliwe, że w tym momencie będzie miał top 25.
Still though, a huge victory royale from the duo, and I kind of just love the way they kind of play this, right? You can kind of tell, even just after these two games, these games are so hectic. They're not anything like the games we're used to seeing, right? A lot of these other regions, NA and E, which we typically broadcast, you can see, like, even though there's chaos, there's a lot of control, right? It's like, okay, well, I know we're going to do this, and we'll position ourselves. In these last two games, it's just chaos, right? Either no build or everyone's on.
Ale Harry sobie tego low ground na początku HG, potem zszedł na low ground i no dobrze to zagrał.
It is so hectic on this stage.
A to jest chyba pierwszy LAN Harego, mi się kojarzy, czy nie?
Nie wiem, możliwe, że na jakimś Dreamhacku był też.
Na Dreamhacku to mógł być.
He didn't quite do that, but he did take out one of them. And of course, that was Giras, so Chari had to solo clutch from high ground. Of course, that's what's going to win them these games. We're seeing it time and time again. High ground is going to win these teams the games. And because Queasy and Venom weren't there, the high ground was a lot more free.
It was indeed. But I do want to talk about the duo that we were looking at for just a moment there, Reet and Ritual.
Yeah, so here we go, Kelly. All right.
Listen, all right. They're doing a very good job right now. That might be why
Zresztą widzę flagi polskie, żeby napisać to sobie.
Okis jest top 32.
To nie jest tak najgorzej, jak on jest solo.
No, 2 kile miał w poprzedniej grze.
Jak na solówkę, to sobie dobrze radzi.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, there was always a moment there where they were boxing up below that Rift Island. They were like, I mean, nobody's going up for it. Is anyone here? I guess that's our island. We'll take it. So that's what we like to see. I mean, yeah, that's what Reet's all about. He's one of those players that will play it smartly. Of course, we've seen so much aggression from them, even in this endgame. There are so many moments that I think this is what makes competitive Fortnite in person so great, is that when Reet makes these crazy plays hopping in the box, you can feel the energy, you can feel the crowd just go, wow.
Teraz będzie pan jakieś 20 minut przerwy, tak? Oni mogą wejść na przykład na ZW, jak chce im się, powiedzmy...
No ja chyba sobie chwilę zagram w Fortnite to coś.
Tak w ogóle to będzie właśnie przerwa, tak 20 minut.
A nie wiem, czy w połowie nie będzie jakiejś dłuższej przerwy.
Możliwe, że po tej grze będzie w sumie jakaś dłuższa.
Bo czasami tak robią, że w połowie turnieju jest długa przerwa.
Na przykład jeśli mi się chce się ścigu czy kupę, to nie mogę chyba pójść teraz.
No teraz... Może jeśli ktoś jest szybki, to tak.
Mają papierki z zapałkami, to przed chwilą właśnie widziałem, jak coś tam pokazywali z bliska i miał przed chwilą jakiś papierek pozginany, co wyglądał jak mapa.
Well, I already mentioned them, but Acorn and Cold also had a great performance as well. And I mean, I love to see NA on top. Minnie, what's going on?
I mean, NA on top here, this is a difficult one for them, but you know, I like the way they've adapted
Ale
their
głupio
play
weszli.
style. And of course, they're
Sphinx i
doing very,
ten.
very well at the moment. We can see this
Sphinx
going
i
through in
Polo
this,
weszli
in this
głupio w tej
late
grze.
stage game. I think there was a moment in this endgame where
Się wycofywali się no i dostali boksa. A my chcemy blacha?
Top 22 chyba mieli.
Dobra, to na razie jest.
No jedna jakaś dobra gra im się uda i powinni już to mieć zapewnione.
No.
Bo na razie mieli 2 late game'y, ale takie nie za dobre.
Teraz nie jest przypadkiem tak, że Gieres ma zapewnionego kwala?
No już raczej ma. Nie wiem, co by musiało się stać, żeby mu to nie wystarczyło.
Chyba gra z finały gra.
But still, they have to be feeling even more confident going into the next 3 games.
Absolutely, and you know, we have thoughts and perspectives. We actually have Vivid standing by with community favorite Reddish. Viv, what's she have to say?
Grasz coś w Fortnite?
Czy mogę chwilę zagrać?
Dobra.
And she told me that this is actually her first time experiencing an event as a fan. So tell us all, how has been experiencing
Gramy Andrzeju.
so far?
Co chciałbyś zagrać? Dam ci koronkę, Andrzej, wybierzesz sobie.
Chętnie.
Wiesz, mi to jest też obojętne, czekam
A bo mówiłeś, że jakieś Zone Warsy dobre znalazłeś.
Co mówisz?
Mówiłeś, że jakieś Zone Warsy dobre znalazłeś.
A to już było ostatnio, kiedy znalazłem je. Teraz nie wiem, czy je znajdę, ale dobra, spróbuję.
An incredible start to the day. The first 2 games of the Global Championships, especially in the upper bracket. Kelly, you said something that interested me. You talked about these top 3 and how they potentially might have already qualified, right?
No, to są mega dobre zomorsy, tak oddają. Sam
Aha, to
zobaczysz.
widzę. Ja chyba kojarzę. Czy taki youtuber zrobił?
Chyba tak, mi się na TikToku gdzieś pokazali przez jakiegoś content creatora były zrobione.
No ja znam takiego, który na pewno solo Vanworsy takie zrobił. Ale nie wiem, czy było.
Realistically, you have to think that they have got it in the bag, but as you mentioned, anything can happen. They've got to keep their foot on the gas, because not only is it really, really good to, of course, be at the top of the leaderboard, it's also really...
I tam chyba jest tak, że masz dość mało matców i tak dalej.
Dawaj do 13. A nieważne.
Nie mogę. Ta, to jest zrobione przez tego, przez którego myślałem.
To dobrze czy źle?
No dobrze dosyć. Ja tam czasem oglądam jego filmy, bo nawet fajne robi.
Okej, dobra. Dawaj teraz do teamu. Czemu 13 jest tak z tyłu?
Nie wiem. Pójdźmy po prostu w okolice, to tam 10, 11, 12, 13.
Ja się właśnie
Coś
tam
na pewno
respię.
będzie wolno.
Ja się tam respię.
Okay.
Stoję pod 12, stoję teraz.
Pod 12?
No jesteś, ej, ja to za tobą Bartek. Za tobą jest 12. Wynoszę zabrali.
No, widzę. Dawaj. Nie, nie zabrali.
Dobra, dawaj jedynkę, bo jest wolna na klonie.
Biegnę.
To teraz widzę jakby co czatu nie widzę, bo odpaliłem sobie na jednym monitorze streama. No nie ma tu za dużo. Ej, mam tą pompę dobrą.
No.
Ja tutaj walnę od razu te tutaj wiesz obok na.
Ja mam charge'a.
Ej, tu pod nami są, czekaj. Dead. Mam matce, mam rokedrama. Ten
Ja jestem.
Kurde, ja chciałem obić tego, co się w ciebie wbijał i dostał 100 ode mnie. Ja chłopcy chciał zabić. Ale jednak, jak się nie rozgrzeje, to słabo gram. Teraz się ledwo ruszam, na razie.
Amazing to watch as a fan and supporter and Fortnite lover. So, yep.
Yeah, awesome. I love the fact that you're kind of bringing up who's been doing well throughout the day. Of course, this is the upper bracket. We have 25 teams going directly into the finals after today. Give us a couple names that you think are going to be, you know, towards the top of that leaderboard after the end of the day.
We still have a few games left, so I have a feeling almost everyone kind of still has a chance.
True.
But yeah, GX are on top. I hope Queasy and Malibuka will do it. Hopefully I didn't just jinx them. And I don't know, so many teams are doing amazing. We have Cold and Acorn, Pink and Vico, Seti and Kami, they're making a little comeback, so it's super exciting to see who's gonna make it in the end. But all of them are amazing and super talented.
Oj, teraz do Bartek, teraz do.
O, bo to trzeba co grę wybierać z tym.
Kurde, bo gramy solo, osobno. A nie, siódemka.
7. Ktoś wszedł. 5. Nie da się? A nie, jesteśmy razem chyba.
No. Bo tych
Chyba tu nie trzeba wybierać co rundę.
No chyba nie w takim razie. Daty
Ale bym...
Minus 70, minus 90 tamten dostał. Mam rokedrama. Spadłem.
Ja nie mam.
Jestem dead, bo chciałem już rokedrama.
Do naszych boksów ktoś wszedł.
Ja bym chciałem
Ja mam jakieś słuchawki przy D, w których nic nie słychać. W ogóle mam takie dobre oceny w tym semestrze. Najgorszą jaką na razie miałem to 4.
Ty masz lepsze nawet ode mnie.
Also leave it to Queasy and Vino, who had a pretty good strategy as well early on to get those storm surge tags. We actually saw a sniper on their loadout, which is not something that we typically see. People tend to go for the twin mag, and then they also had 2 different spots for their splashes there. So by having more than, I think it was around 10 splashes, being able to not just heal, but also rotate quickly, which is part of the reason why we saw them be able to set themselves up for success towards the end game. And I say that as Queasy goes down, but still, being able to make it all the way there is going to get them those much needed placement points.
Yeah, trying to get Venom to go twice in a row. It's a bit harsh, isn't it? You can't do it again, surely. But no, I like to see that.
He's waiting till Sunday.
Yeah, he's waiting. He's putting it all in the tank. He brought it out in game 1. But no, not a bad game at all from this duo. We saw them trying to set up for what we're expected to see from them. Let's see if they can continue.
That's right. I'm excited to see game number 3. So let's kick it on over to our casters. Take us in.
Dobra, ja bym szedł gdzieś na wszelki wypadek. Na przykład do 12 jest przed tobą.
Nie no, jesteśmy już razem. To przecież tam w lewym górnym pokazuje.
A dobra. Do ciebie wychodził jednak.
Nawet na jedynce pokazuje, że my tam jesteśmy. Buduj.
Już musiałem sobie streama ustawić. Ale mi to tam tego. Idiota tu będzie się bijał. 130 plecy.
Chodzę w dół. Jest tyle ludzi.
Jestem dead, bo tu jest za dużo aż. Ja myślałem, że idziemy dół, bo mówiłeś idziemy dół.
No bo ja zedytowałem jakby schody sobie, żeby były w dół, ale mi to się odedytowało.
Yeah, this time extremely quick. They secure the eliminations here. Meanwhile, 7th man in Cal Gamer versus King potentially unfolding here. I do know Kanata is battling as well. It seems like he was
No, taki flash, który prawie był, jak w strefie tam zabijałem.
Pamiętam tego co na do mnie ten.
He will show you why he is one of the best. Let's not forget what Cal Gamer had to say. He said himself that he does not believe King has what it takes. He thinks King is a bit overrated, but I beg to differ. We have seen what he can do in person. We have seen.
Jesteśmy dalej razem, tak?
Clean head to head.
Tak. A ty cały czas widzisz?
Ej, mecz
Dziecko.
trzeci.
Dawaj może jedną rundę i wyjdźmy.
Tak, bo na razie jeszcze nic nie dzieje, na razie skupiłem się tam na miejscówkach. Ja tak mniej zobaczył szykami żyje, ale ja jestem serio się ledwo ruszam teraz, nie wiem czemu. Ja słuchał się, od razu tak wiesz.
To jest fama. Przed ścianę skinąłem na szciorba. Możesz szciorba grać.
Ważne, żeby tym bomby nie używać po prostu. Widziałeś co tam było?
Nie widziałem.
Bo ja chłopie, miałem chłopa w boksie do 100, ale jakby pompy nie chciałem, jakby chciałem go zabić po prostu, używając tylko tego.
To try and maybe apply some more pressure onto Skits and Sorf with them, or if he's just going to hold them for the time being. But Skits now fully aware of the fact that Zagu is trying to break down his wall, continuing to replace build after build. Skits with the peak, Zagu with the damage.
Teraz mogę ci zaraz powiedzieć, kto żyje, a kto nie.
Spoko, masz już wstawał tutaj. Muszę mieć znowu Twitcha, bo się zmieniałem.
Kanada umarł. Polo i Sphinx. I ci od Kamiego i Setiego, czyli Kami i Seti zabili.
Nice. Dobra, ja obserwuję. O, mam już pełny ekran.
Back to full shield though, but did have to expend both of those big pots, and this battle's taken quite some time. Business turret quickly taken out.
Oh, I think he's going to be feeling really confident after that one, but Zagu now completely out of material here. He does have to be careful. His teammate finds a little bit too, so Peppo goes in, fully boxes up. It's all going to come down to hitting the shots, and he does. Zagu showing us why he is one of the best. Coming directly out of the region of Asia, representing all the way for Japan, and my oh my. Take a look now with
Dobra.
Kylie and Bastroki.
Duo... Nie, Kami nie, jak on się nazywa, kurde. Kylie zabił Yumiego. I Kylie dobił Yumiego. Pastroki żyje nadal. Nie biją się chyba teraz z Kami. Czemu Pastroki cały czas lata gdzie indziej? Przed chwilą był na farmie, teraz jest, nie wiem.
Może taką taktykę mają.
O!
Nie, oni chyba latają na te same, na to samo miejsce, tylko po prostu podeszli teraz gdzie indziej.
Gierasz przed
Oni
chwilą
latają.
widziałem HGM'a.
Kto ma HG?
Gierasz miał HG, bo tam widziałem jak się wybudował, gdzieś tam w tle był.
No ale no widzę.
Myślałem, że się budował na
No
skalę.
po prostu Surgeon odbija po prostu.
Clearly, they made it to the upper bracket, right? But having a tough time so far. Might be looking like a Saturday appearance if they can't turn up soon.
Meanwhile, Miro.
Zaraz będę.
Engagement up against Shari is, well, a forced retreat actually. Cooper, very accurate. Some of those twin max shots. Miro leading the charge up against his solo, and it seems like it's only a matter of seconds before Shari is completely collapsed upon, doing everything in his power to try and stay alive just one moment longer to see if there's somewhere that he can build off to actually scurry away and escape. But Cooper and Miro, they are relentless. They refuse to let this opportunity go, and it's going to be another 4 points by the way of Elim as they finally close out on Shari.
You got to respect that right there. Cooper all the way with the initial opener, and then the call out, setting up Miro for successes. He said, hey, look, they're one. Trust me. Miro with no hesitation jumps directly in there.
Things are looking pretty good, though, so far for Threats and Buga over at Sanguine Sweets. It does seem as though they managed to get their way into the vault. That kind of Stinger SMG certainly gonna come play a pretty big part there for Threats whenever they do decide to engage. And a few more battles later on. Clownsky and Grolls, though, a team that we really saw in quite the position last game. It was really their surge strategy that seemed to be a little bit lacking in game number 2. So now the mentality here for Grolls and Clownsky, if they want to find some points, want to work their way up even further on that leaderboard, just try and cement themselves into that top 25, but they've got to work through some other teams before they can find themselves there.
Yeah, and work through those crash pads as well. Having them work against them for a second there, so Clownsky couldn't unfortunately join Grolls on the push to the top, so cost them a fair bit there, but all in all, they have things under control.
A good height positioning, at least. That can definitely help a lot as far as establishing some surge damage is concerned. Meanwhile, inside of Rumble Ruins, Axe Force hiding inside of a bush, and a pretty common strategy as well for players to look for those tag opportunities with some of that safety inside of the bush.
Yeah, now that single Elim right there is onto Cooper. I know we're just hyping up Miro and Cooper's big eliminations they picked up, but look, Miro's now by himself in the distance there, so Cooper caught off guard out in the open there and away from his teammate. Here we get to see Heroics Thomas and Malabuka. They are up, they are standing, which means they have survived the drop clearly, and they are working their way towards the grand finals here and now.
Massive stuff, though, from Malabuka and Thomas, given that they had to sit out for game number 2 because of Kanata and Ager.
Right.
So for them to be able to play makeup time now, just adding to their total point count for the day. Because again, we are in game 3 of 5. So this is, I think, technicality of a halfway mark for a lot of these teams, and this is where you can really start to see the consistency that needs to be maintained come into play.
Yeah, one might say this is the most important game of the tournament here. Between game 1 and game 3, I mean, either you set yourself up for success or you turn things around now and come out a victor. And by that, I just mean top 25, right? That is the goal today. And then, of course, Sunday, get as high as possible, make as much money, and be the winner of that $1 million first place prize. Here we got Pink and Vico. I know we're hyping them up. Definitely a team that has had a lot of success. Although, again, playing off the scrappy drop, but look, they find themselves finally fighting Acorn and Cold.
True, but they had CalGamer and 7-Man also on the opposite end of them. It seemed as though they were kind of sandwiched in that position. So, might be a very tough circumstance for them to actually work around in as well. Here in the heart of Mega City, you got Flixie way up top on the building. Group A. Seems as though they had a successful battle because Flixie, with 1 elimination, looked as if he just got the opportunity to revive Group A there as well. But now, from this aerial point of view, opportunities to use these grind rails if necessary for a quicker rotation. But Mega City seems to be relatively safe for the time being. And the way Flixie keeps looking down leads me to believe that he's got some form of idea that Suns and Anon are the team directly below him.
Just outside of the Mega City, King and Phaser Cam here. Very interesting. They've had a very long track from the relentless retreat till here. No elims just yet, but this is a perfect time to go ahead and catch up 11, so let's hear the word.
Okej, już widzę, jestem. Facecamera wziął. Czemu on wziął beczkę? Bartek. Bartek.
No.
Czemu Kamer jest idiotą i zamiast mitycznego MK7 wziął beczkę?
Żeby móc się tradeować na Surge'a.
Mam w sumie rację.
Może na przykład sobie wychylać, dostanie za 100 i wtedy sobie walnie Chuckjaga i całe swoje leczenie mu zostanie. Bo będzie tylko Chuckjaga używał.
Drop spot engagement, but again, with teams just actively choosing to disengage, have to believe that part of that reason is because they don't want to risk being early eliminated in match 3. Acorn, Cold though, they've got some eliminations on the mind because they want Pink and Vico if they can find it. Cold now applying some pressure onto the backside here. Pink and Vico certain to have to keep an eye out for it. Cold though just continuing to move around some of these top tier builds. And Acorn, Cold, slight lull in the action.
Okej, Cold się bije, Vico i Acorn i Pinku. Nie wiem, kto się czyta.
Player was definitely Acorn in match number 2 where he really went the distance in the end when it mattered, but I'm sure if he can do it one more time, it should be all but solidified inside that top 25. This has been a great showing so far. And again, contested. Half the loot he would expect, half of what he would really want. So to take out Pink and Vico, to send them back to the lobby, to not see them on Sunday would be excellent.
Kto widzi na wyspę? iDrop, solo poszedł.
Only last checked in just now, so have to imagine that CalGamer 7-Man recognizing, hey, this just isn't the type of engagement we want to take right now, just like iDrop has a solo, trying to see if he can gather anything from Rift Island. If he's able to get this capture point uncontested as a solo, that will be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and you know, it's worth 15 points, so it's definitely the position you want to jockey for. Not a
Wyspa jest przejęta już?
Chyba iDrop ją przejmuje. Tak, iDrop ją solo przejmuje. iDrop solo przejmuje wyspę. No.
A nie wydaje mi się, żeby on dał radę solo to przejąć.
Zobaczymy.
Nikogo na tym nie ma.
No bo oni do wyspy nie chodzą praktycznie. Każdy się boi, nawet nie wiedzą z kim, że jest ten.
That was a big shot though that Kylie just landed onto Vino, took down his shields almost entirely, so Vino's gonna have to pause for a moment, utilize one of those legendary slurp juices to make sure that he is at ample HP to actually take this
Venom ma problemy.
No, jak to mam Kaliego, a to nie, ale... No Venom ma na szczęście...
No właśnie, oni się biją z Venom.
Ale Siorba ma. Quizzy przyszedł.
No co?
Mało maców na Quizzy, tylko 300, ale jak ich zabiją, to chyba będzie... Jedno duo zostanie z macami w miarę.
Making Monaco very proud here so far for the upper bracket. This fight now approaching that time where you start to think, how worth it is it? Can we get out of here safe and sound? Is there an exit plan for us? You have to assume they're feeling the same way. Yup, the demeanor says so, and we call it just right. They want to get out of there as much as we want to see them rotate, so on they go. Meanwhile, the same can be said about Pink and Vico. I'm sure they're thinking, okay, what's the game plan here? Acorn and Code know better, but at the same time, Acorn and Code are in such a better position. It's in their best interest to actually stay here, hold them out. And not only that, the team they want to take out. Exactly. Plus Pink.
Venom below miał.
Now in comparison to Cold, it is a night and day difference. I mean, Cold with 90 builds to still
Dobra,
work
Cold
through.
gra ze snajpy aktualnie.
I believe last checked in, he had around like 16, 18. That's practically nothing. They've invested so much time here now that they don't really have another option other than to close this fight out because they need the materials, they need the refresh off of Cold and Acorn.
Acorn, Cold, but Cold gets him in the box and puts down the other as well. Pink and Vico shut down and sent back to the lobby, and that is the best team for them to eliminate. They already have pretty much top 25 now.
Cold zabił Pingba, nie wiem jak to się czyta, Pingba. Chyba azjatycki team.
Nie, to jest z Europy.
A, Cord zabił Vico i zabił... Wow.
Cold, Pink i Vico zabił.
Nice.
Towards that frenzy field side, they're going to have a great opportunity now for Acorn and Cold to make an approach towards the zone from the dead side rotation. So curious to see how that actually pans out for them later on. But as for Rise and Iamzo, solid as ever in terms of applying damage.
They're also the only team that finished top 5 in every major of the 3 majors. That is an exceptional position to put yourself in, really showing how flexible they are.
Ale jest doszedł na Z2 na jakiś czas.
It also shows you they might just be the team this weekend. They might just be that team, but let's jump into the action here. Malibuka, hurt, 3 HP.
Malibuka ma, ale Malibuka ma 0 HP.
Unrelentless. Coming in from the Middle Eastern team, Rapid here, really pushing back. They've already claimed Thomas. And Malibuka wants nothing of that. The ME boys says, hey, listen, you're up. Sit down. We got this.
Absolutely insane, though, just how quickly Malibuka was able to escape from that position, because it really looked as if QNE and Rapid were about to finish off this duo. But with Thomas being out of the picture,
Malibuka jest na razie jest top 10. Kamil i Seti już top 14. O, Harbi się bije z tym. Zostali 2 na 1.
Absolutely scary duo right here. Some of EU's greatest. Very hard-working duo here. Takes the Teeny. Tina and Misha just haven't caught a break here. Rotating all the way down from the north side. Coming up short here now. Fragmented apart.
Borowaniak ma dobry loot.
Looking to replenish himself here, but the storm
Ma 100 buildów aż. To nie jest w sumie aż tak dużo matca. Ale Karmiego dojeżdża. Nie, on gra z Karmi, nieważne. Ja tego nie mówiłem.
It's a lot of map to cover though for some of those north side teams. Way that things have been breaking down, but still, Vaniak and Karmi again doing a great job utilizing those crash pads. and Seti together as a duo. That's something that we haven't really seen too much of at this point in the game. Curious to see how their end game goes now that they're both up and running.
They're checking bushes, they're looking around, they're trying to see who is lingering about. They already have themselves their third elimination, and they're sitting on top of the loot. So this is a full-on refresh for someone who was up on high ground here. So this is an excellent find for them. Meanwhile, looking at the top 5 here, Ritual and Re are leading the charge by a fair
Kami i Seti wreszcie żyją we dwójkę.
I chyba oni mają HG w miarę takie, przejęli tą chyba jakby wieżę, przebudowali. Pod nimi jest Batman,
No
Buga.
tak, ale i tak nie mają strefy, więc nie zagrają chyba.
O nie, ale mogą chociaż sobie surge nabić jeszcze trochę.
Najłatwiej będzie im przerotować. To po prostu mogą zbudować nad innymi.
O, Flixi się leczy z Gripem. Gripe, nie wiem jak to się czyta najważniej.
Another revive. It's gonna have to go through, but this time it's gonna be Gripe turning the favor onto his teammate Flixi. But that med missed as well.
Geralt dead.
Seems Flixi is
Kurde.
going to be just fine.
A i tak teraz mam przewagę, dzięki temu, że wygrali.
They've still gotta keep pushing
No ale i tak pewnie Quala już mają.
try and stay ahead of these zones wherever possible, but two revives into the
Zawsze dobrze, że Klik jest w miarę dobry, a nie wiem dlaczego on gra w drugim dniu.
Co?
Mi się wydawało zawsze, że Klik jest w miarę dobry, nie wiem czemu on jest w drugim dniu dopiero.
No bo dopiero w tym Last Chance Major się dostał.
Ale jutro będą chyba mniejsze emocje, tak szczerze. Mi się wydaje, że dzisiaj jest, tak poza tym emocji, to dzisiaj jest drugi najlepszy, jutro będzie trzeci, a...
Moim zdaniem to jutro będą większe emocje. Bo dzisiaj jak ktoś się nie dostanie, to i tak będzie miał jeszcze jedną szansę.
W sumie. Chodzi bardziej, że to ci lepsi gracze już dzisiaj odejdą, ale dojdą jutro nowi. W sumie.
No a jutro jak ktoś się nie dostanie, to już się nie dostanie.
Jest, dojechali, zanim się zdążyli zrealizować. Tyson dojechał. Absurda. Nie mogę od razu tego dobijać, bo im więcej by dobili, tym więcej by dostali. Czemu tam siorby leżały sobie? Okej, będą pokazują mi Quiziego. Będą maców tak średnio. Na sameta. Jak to się nazywa? Po prostu te gorsze.
But again, Baka Par is looking downwards on them, putting that infinite upwards pressure here, not making it look easy at all here. He's going to have to concede for a bit. It's cost him a lot. He's going to have to take some of Vino's inventory as well, so Vino trusting him. He's going to lead the rotate here.
It's all about that middle, though, at this point for Queasy, especially when you know that you're having some pressure being applied to you from the high ground. The more durable your builds, the better. As far as understanding, though, which way he wants to tarp Queasy, recognizing the fact that he's got his chance right now. Just keep building up. And again, with it being metal, it's so difficult for teams to really take a second to try and chop them out just yet. Queasy gotta look for the connect onto some of these other builds, but dropping down ever so slightly, still maintaining the height overall, though.
And that's what they do best. Limited builds to just get there, connects it to a structure in the distance, but Kami and Seti are looking backwards and they're saying, no, not today, not in this lobby. I want to fight for it as well. We need a big game here. We need it now. And all of a sudden now they are the most resistant on the front side of the zone here.
Quizy znowu HG trzyma.
Ale cały czas te hagi trzymają. Dobra, Tundra, Seti i Kami. PG.
Seti i Kami też będą walczyć.
O HG, no.
Teraz mają HG. Bo siadła im strefa.
MHG na szczęście Quizy będą mają. Ale akurat nie dostanie żadnej pestki przez lot. W sumie każdy startuje tapowaniem w większości.
No.
Dobry moment wybrał akurat. To jest taki poziom, że każdy się boi wychylić. Kurde, Pars ma 9 buildów tylko. Będzie chodził na low ground. Zupełnie.
Paper chyba pierwszy raz dłużej żyje.
O, Venom mają już jednak HG nad Kami Setting przejęli.
Bo Seti chyba odpuścił i koniec. Może chcą po prostu zagrać pewniejszą grę, żeby po prostu już Kuala mniej więcej sobie zapewnić.
No w sumie.
Bardziej niż walczyć, żeby koniecznie zrobić jakiegoś wina w HG. Albo po prostu później chcą przejąć.
A właśnie później.
Ale Math i Paper 6 killi.
Czekaj, Mixon, Blacha nadal jeszcze żyją, bo nie mogę ich znaleźć. Nie, chyba nie.
Nie wiem.
Teraz mają Quizzy, dostał mega mało. Blacha właśnie zginął. A Quizzy balowa, dostał plecy właśnie od Kamiego Setego, bo nie zostali w strefie.
Paper 7 killi już. Comeback, oni chyba byli top 40 coś przed tą grą.
No. A i Paper Death na ziemi, no i Mustache.
8 killi. Seti zabija w strefie. Siorba ma. To jest dead. I tak, 7 killi, top 5. Marsach dead. Jacyś Azjaci. 9 killi.
Ale te lajki są chłopie tyle emocji, oni muszą tak myśleć.
Widzisz co on zrobił?
O Jezu.
11 killi mieli, a on sam miał 10.
Ale
I Acorn win.
Wow. Ale oni szybko tam dochodzą do nich.
No.
Tak jakby się teleportowała.
On po prostu do każdego rządu jest jej klon.
A nie do każdego stanowiska? Ja myślałem, że chłopie tam jest taki tunel może podziemny. I ją jakby tak wysuwają taką windą jakby.
Ona ma hulajnogę elektryczną i jeździ tam.
No, jeżdżę do szkoły na przykład.
The victory royale in the previous game, and now you've taken it one step further. For you, is it a bit of a dream to perform so well so early in the competition?
Of course, I mean, like getting ahead early is always the best, and no.
To będzie właśnie jakaś dłuższa przerwa, masz rację.
You're pretty set on Sunday already. Why do you think you are able so frequently to take down the competition?
I mean, I'm just playing with the best player. It's not that hard.
You have been preparing for this all year long. You qualified way back in Major 1. How do you feel like the game and the way you play has changed over the past year?
I mean, everything's changed. You know, we kind of did good in the beginning, then we had a little downfall, and everything's changing. But we're adapting pretty well.
You say downfall. What do you mean by downfall? Because you did place top 10 in all 3 majors in North America this year that you played. So for you, what's a bad day?
Anything under first.
Anything under first? Well, it's looking like you're probably going to have a very good day. Now, I've got to send back to the desk very quickly, though, before I do. Akon said such nice things about you, KOD. Have you got a message for him?
This guy is actually the best IG on the game. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This guy just, his brain is just, no one can compete.
Well, I can hear Akon saying, stop, stop, stop over there. So I will stop on your behalf and we'll head back to the desk.
Big congratulations to Acorn and Cold finding themselves the victory royale. Now, before we continue, quick shout outs to Vivid and Levin, who will be hanging out with us on the analyst desk here for the remainder of the day. My, oh my. Sometimes I didn't expect any duo to win a game in this fashion, and that it looked so easy.
That game was a roller coaster, and for multiple reasons, really. And you know, when we tune into the global championships, the one thing that obviously everybody is excited about is the clash of playstyles, the best at what they do. And throughout this game, you know, we saw a couple of height changes between, you know, arguably the best height team in the world, Queasy and Venom. And then I was like, oh, look at this, Acorn and Cold. They're on the low ground. That's exactly where they thrive. And then, yeah, they ended up on the high ground to win the game.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking at, Vivid, right? You're looking at the teams and seeing if the things that they do so well in their region, can that translate here on the global stage? For Cold and Acorn, the answer is absolutely yes. They have been dominating on these layers. And I think the big thing here is that, you know, you look at these guys, they're clearly in their element. They're feeling so confident. Cold, when he's at his best, what a player. Honestly, it's almost hard to describe their levels, right? Major one when they won the FNCS in their region. I genuinely think that peak that Cold had hit as a player individually, one of the best we've ever seen from anybody, right? He was just on a whole different level, and he's showing that here today right now.
I could not agree with you more. Now, what I'm curious about are the standings. Let's take a look together. Let's see how things are unfolding. Remember, we're trying to end the day in the top 25, go straight through to Sunday. Acorn and Cold here in that #1 spot, breaking 200 points. All right. This is day one, guys. Save some for Sunday.
This is what I love to see, you know. I gave a little bit of a sneak peek as to who I was going to be rooting for earlier on in the day, and it was Acorn Gold. It was the NA boys, and I'm very happy to see them up there. This honestly has big implications for all. So on that rate, we got to remember that they're contested, so now they can play a little bit more aggressive in that sense.
Yeah, if you're Pink and Vico, you're looking at these guys going, hold on a minute. We are letting them run away with things. We need to maybe think about putting a bit more pressure on them, making these games a bit more difficult for them. I'm personally looking at some of the players beneath them, right? Queasy and Venom just below. We saw how hot they started the day. They're going to be looking above them thinking, okay, you know, these guys are setting the tempo, but we're going to do our thing up on height while they do their thing down below. It's been weird for Queasy and Venom especially, right? Because we're seeing them so consistently going into these endgames in positions to play out height very, very well, right? You know, it's typical stuff for them. But they're having a couple problems, right? Where a bunch of their other EU compatriots are very much making things difficult for them, right? Seti and Cammy flanking them in that last game. Typically, Queasy and Venom very aware of their flanks. That's not something that they often get caught out at. But this time around, we're saying what happens. Seti and Cammy are there waiting for them.
Gosh, I always have to have so much respect for Cammy and Seti, right? Because I was honestly looking at their position, and it was as that 7th zone rotate was coming in. They were actually towards that castle split. They were based up on top of it, and I was like, wow, they're on the high ground. They have a very good position. And then next zone showed, and it went all the way north. And I was like, yeah, there's no way this is going to end up being a good game. And look at this, Cammy, Seti, they just surprise every single time, and in such good fashion. I mean, you mentioned it, Queasy and Venom, they're usually aware of their flank. How did Cammy and Seti pull this off?
And it's not just playing it off, right? When they're actually in the position, delivering, being able then to actually, you know, hit the shots. Of course, they did get chopped out on height eventually, right? It was Acorn and Cold that did that so well. But I think the big thing with Cammy and Seti is obviously we saw how they started the day, and I think it's fair to say they brushed the dust off their shoulders, right? They didn't allow, you know, losing off spawn early on to sort of derail their competition. They understood, hey, look, we just got to stick to the fundamentals, get back in the game. We can beat these guys off spawn, and now they are delivering in the game.
And one more point here about Cammy and Seti. We talked about the all-spawn situation with Acorn and Cold. Now it's similar for Cammy and Seti, right? They're pretty chilling when it comes to the points.
Just wild. And to think this all began, like, their day started with basically no points on the board, right? And their counterparts, Vino and Queasy, getting the Victory Royale. And now they're sitting there attacking them on high ground. This is the story we all came here to see. At least I did. Right into the loving embrace, of course, of Acorn and Cold. Like, yes, bring me points. That's what we want today. You talk about this being a roller coaster. I feel like so many things happened in this game. I mean, we saw Hydra by himself take Rift Island uncontested. At one point, he was getting shot. I was thinking, oh, yeah, they're going to jump. They can tell. Nope. 15 points.
And you might be thinking, Zeke, right? Like, oh, it's so easy, right? Oh, he's up there as a solo. Why don't we just go up there and contest him? I mean, it's got to be the nerves, right? There's so much information that these players are very good at hiding. iDrap somehow got that situation off where he's like, hey, I'm just going to sneak up here. And I'm pretty sure later on, actually, because as we know, Reboot Van on top of the island ended up using it to go ahead and reboot his teammate. So smart.
Absolutely insane. Levin left speechless. Now, we do have something really cool here lined up. It is actually listening to that game-winning moment from Acorn and Cold. Let's take a listen.
We're just gonna crash that and go. Not now though, but like on the road.
Got it.
Ready? You're gonna jump on the ramp.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do this. I'm just gonna slide.
Yeah, I hit it. We're good.
Just gonna run. Run left, run left. Going deeper. All too low ground. I built the box for you as well.
Nice, bro. Really good job. Getting heavy.
Are you good?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Got it.
Good looking right here, look here, look here.
100,
Got it?
120, 120, 120. Break. 20 count, got it.
30 white, 6 I got it. I'm PC for that one.
Low PC.
There.
I mean, I just have to say it, every single time I get to hear these guys' comms, Acorn and Code are so composed, so chill. You'd never think they're sitting at a LAN, you know, the biggest LAN that there is to play, you know, playing one of the most difficult lobbies. They're just there chilling.
I think what impresses me the most, if you look at literally any esport, doesn't matter which one, have your pick, professional comms sound like that. There's a lot of things he could have been calling out. Both of them, though, just sat there. They only called out what was most vital. The most critical thing in that moment, everything else was calm. The moment they find a moment to strike, it's like, okay, let's actually communicate in this moment and get done what we need to do. That's crazy.
I love watching, honestly, the professional players that play at this level. Because, you know, we're thinking about the meta, and we have the mini crash pads. They're out now. But it's not a lot of mobility, right? So you have to save a lot of your materials. And the way that some of these pro players do it, we saw it right there where they were kind of talking through that rotate. They're kind of just running in the open a lot of the times, not building. But they find those timings, and that's why they're so good.
And big props once again to Acorn, right? This is a player who you see how Cold is talking about him as an IGL, saying this guy's brain is unmatched. You know, he's you know, the best player, whatnot. Earlier this year, right, when they didn't do as well during Major 2, there were doubts within their relationship, right? You know, there was, you know, conversations about them potentially splitting up, and I had the chance to speak to Acorn about it. He said, look, hands up, that Major was my fault. I was not up to par, I was not up to standard, but I'm gonna fix that. Okay. And I think it's safe to say he's fixed it, right? You know, you see the way they're playing right now, and things are clearly in a much better place. They're clearly much more confident in each other, and that's always the key, right? You have to be able to trust your teammates if you're gonna have success in a competition like this.
That is why me and Vivid are good at Fortnite when we play zero builds, because I trust Vivid completely. Now let's kind of focus in on here. We like to kind of discuss Storm Surge strategies. Obviously, y'all at home, I know I could use some help, but something that we kind of saw something we saw in game was actually Reet and Ritual. They have a very interesting Storm Surge strategy.
Yeah, placing very, very high up on the leaderboard right now. And it's not even necessarily about the Storm Surge strategy. It's about using their drop spot to their advantage. They're going to be dropping towards Creaky Compound, which is pretty central of the map. And if we think about any of the Fortnite zones, right, usually most of them will involve the center of the map in some capacity in those early zones. And the cool thing about Creaky Compound, look at all of these hills that Ritual and Reet can take advantage of. The fact that they're landing there means that they get early priority to a lot of those positions. And every single game, they're going to make sure that they base up on those high ground positions to make sure that any of the players rotating to the center of the map, which, by the way, a lot of players like to rotate to the center of the map, and make sure they can get all the tags necessary for their Storm Surge.
And I think an interesting thing to note, and it's big props to Reet here, when you typically look at discussions around Storm Surge and the ability for people to, you know, be effective in tags, you often go, look, controller players, it's a lot harder, right? Long distance, that aim assist ain't as strong. Reet making it look easy, hitting every single shot, bang, 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 bang. You don't care. You don't care. He's hitting everything, right? And so, big props to Reet. That's not an easy thing to do, especially under the pressure as well. We're at the Global Championships once and for all. So, I think for him to be doing as well as he is right now says a lot about him as a player.
Good shout.
Absolutely. You guys are killing it. You guys are great. I love y'all. All right, actually, why don't we go ahead and check out the Creator Lounge. Kelly Link is standing by with a very special creator. Who are you with, Kelly?
Thank you so much, Zeke. And I am here with someone very special. It is Keep Up Radio. Thank you so much for joining me here.
Gosh, thank you for having me.
Okay, so we're 3 games down, 2 to go. What has been your experience so far?
Oh my gosh, I've been having the best time. I think just coming to IRL events and seeing the players play and the crowd get so excited and crazy, it's the best experience for sure.
And what has it been like interacting with all the creators here in the Creator Lounge?
It's been so fun. Shout out to Reddit, shout out to Peach, my people. I love getting to see the people that I interact with online IRL as well. It's really fun.
Well, if we're going to talk about your people, then we got to talk about your favorite team as well. Who is it?
Okay, so I came in not really knowing who I wanted to root for, but Cold and Acorn have like stolen my heart. I'm rooting for them. Let's go.
Oh, then you must feel really good, just them walking away in game 3 with that victory royale.
I know, it was so exciting. I was like getting a touch up right before, and I'm trying to look over like, oh my gosh, they finally won, so exciting. So I'm excited to see what they do for the rest of the games.
And I'm so excited to hear about what you do with all this Fortnite music. What is the process for creating these incredible songs?
Yeah, it's so fun. I really just try to take pop culture and music and like kind of take the elements of songs that we know and love and like apply it to Fortnite, and I feel like the people really relate to it, which is so fun and so awesome.
Do you have any songs in the works right now?
Oh my gosh, none that I want to talk about
Okay,
yet.
okay, fair.
Yeah, but shout out if you know Tilted Tower Dance, go Tilted, go Tilted. That has 100,000 streams on Spotify, and it's a Fortnite song, and I'm so proud of that, so really cool.
Keep Up Radio, thank you so much for joining me here. Where can people find you online?
You can find me on as Keep Up Radio everywhere, and can I just say one more thing?
Yes, of course. Oh my god, thank you again so much. And guys, back to you on the desk.
Go Tilted.
Go Tilted. Go Tilted. Go Tilted. Shout out to you, Keep Up Radio. Again, it's just so cool. We've been doing FNCS for a year now, coming together, bringing everybody into one big pool. Just being like, what's up, Fortnite fam? It's great to see all of you from different walks of life, from different aspects of the game, all in a single place. How have you guys enjoyed the competition so far?
Tam był film QLN. Widzowie, siema, widzowie, byłem na Z2 aktualnie. Siema, Badger.
Especially when Thomas HD is on the screen. I know the M8 audience up there every single time they're on the screen. They've been going crazy. So shout out to everybody that's here.
Yeah, nah, the atmosphere's been unbelievable. And to think, you know, we've got more days of this, right? Coming. We got Saturday, we got Sunday. It's gonna get even more loud inside of here, which I'm very much excited about. But you know, even in the server, right, in the game, the players have been delivering, man. I think when you have a competition like this where you have the stakes set so high, you know we're expecting the big names to come out, but they're actually giving us performances, you know, that match up to the status they have. It is a special day. So I think looking at all the players, hopefully these last 2 games continue to deliver in that regard. I saw the leaderboard was looking a bit too NA for my liking, so hopefully some more of the EU teams can sneak their way up there. But of course, this is, you know, the upper bracket day, the more important day will be the grand finals to see my EU boys up there.
Yeah, no bias at all. No bias.
No, 100% bias. No,
of course.
Totally bias.
And I'm sure you guys are wondering, what's up with this longer break? Well, keep in mind we're halfway through the day, so we have to give the players a break, get them on a step back, kind of refresh the mental, come back stronger in these next couple of games. Frankie is actually standing by right here, right now, with Miro and Cooper. Let's take a listen.
I am, and this is such an impressive duo because they came together for Major 2 and qualified for Globals back then by coming second. So of course I had to talk to them. Currently in 24th position on the leaderboard. And Cooper, this is your first LAN. Are you happy with how things are going so far?
I think we should be doing a lot better in terms of on the leaderboard. But for my first LAN, I can't complain. You know, I'm having a good time, and I hope we do better.
So how come you've become this fresh-faced IGL that everyone is saying such great things about, given that this is your first LAN?
Starting an IGL role was really hard for me, but I think playing with Mero also, with being a great teammate, I think I've improved drastically, and I hope I do better, yeah, hope I do good.
Why did you want to become an IGL?
Being a fragger, I feel like I never got a good IGL, and I wanted to just kind of take terms of being the leader in a duo, and I just got lucky to play with the best fraggers, so.
Well, I should talk to that best fragger now. Mira, I apologize for leaving you out in the cold as I've spoken to your teammate for so long. But you are regarded as a veteran. This is not your first rodeo. Why did you want to compete here with Cooper?
I think he's a good teammate. He's always grinding the game. You know, that's really about it, honestly. He's just fun to play with, good teammate. And I don't know, we kind of have like a lot in common in terms of like interests and stuff. So he's like easy to talk to about things and like music and all that. So it's just easy, you know?
Have you got a warm-up song that you listen to before you go on stage?
Ski by Sexy Red.
I do not know the song, but that is because I'm not as cool as you two are. So what's the strategy now? How are you going to regroup to try and guarantee that spot in Sunday's grand final today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say too much EQ'd, but I feel like I really haven't
Siema, Szymo. Dobra, Bartek. Dobra, nice. A nie wiem, bo u Kulena na TikToku pisało, że jest 5 gier tylko. Mówił, więc nie wiem. Malibuka chyba będzie znowu dead? Nie. Dobra, Malibuka i Tamas wygrali miejscówkę. Bartek w ogóle właśnie nie wiem, czy to 4 czy 5 metrze, no bo Malibuka Kulenek mówił, że będą 5 będzie. 5 dzisiaj jest, jutro też jest 5. To jest przedostatnia runda. Mają takie tragiczne mikrofony tam? Takie tragiczne mikrofony tam są? W sumie racja, dlatego one są takie dziwne. Ale porozumiewają się, więc jest git. Czekaj, muszę iść szybko za dwóch, zaraz będę. Dobra, już jestem. Dobra.
Straight towards the center. That is going to be one of the few safe opportunities you will have as the augments are already beginning to come out. Possible rarity check and a lot of these teams. You might be saving some of those augments as well, but King and FaZe Kame, you saw them disengage.
King dostaje, chociaż nie wiem w sumie dokładnie kto to jest.
So a game like this is necessary to come out on top, grab as many points as you can, and he's already getting challenged for that high ground, instantly gives up. FaZe and him are a little bit too separated for my liking and probably theirs as well.
Striker though, decent top-down overview, but it's going to be Exodus with the immediate trading of that big shield potion, making sure that his teammate is able to maintain as close to full shield as possible. Exodus, meanwhile, hey, you might be looking straight, but there's plenty of teams sure to be looking at you as well. Gotta make sure that your backside is covered. And that's gonna be an immediate drop down into the safety of their tower that they've managed to build up. Phaser and
Wejdę szybko za dwóch teraz, muszę.
just outside of zone, just kind of landlocked for the time being as well on this beach outside of Relentless Retreat. It does not seem as though they're going to have a very easy time working their way in.
Nah, and you kind of saw them there on the leaderboard, 22 points overall. As it stands now, that bubble, that 25th spot is at 58 points. So it's not too far for any one of these teams to really climb up the pace, but the usual Misha and Teeny switching up their drop spot, not liking how their games have been going so far, so they're sticking to what even qualified them to the Global Championship themselves, and that is these sneak attacks. They're going ahead and trying to cut off somebody's boot path and take advantage while they can, and that's QNDX that they're going after, and they have a 2v1 for the time being, and they're wasting a lot of their resources just trying to build for it, because that is the extra loot that they need. Instead of farming up at a drop spot, this is the strategy that they're going to use, but unfortunately enough, their opponent does get away. He finds a way to disengage, so they're going to have to figure out where else they're going to get their loot from.
I don't know if that was intuition, by the way,
Maybe
from
a little
QND, or if maybe some sort of audio cue might have given things away there for Misha and Teeny, but they were certainly ready to pull the trigger a little bit too soon there and didn't let QND actually fully step into the building. And again, it did seem as though QND kind of recognized better, thought that maybe the loot's a little bit too free in this circumstance.
Just a huge beam from Ocus, trying to go ahead and get as much surge as possible. I think for someone like him, he's been doing a good job so far, trying to pick up these opportunities where he can.
Dobra, już rzuciłem Okiś się z kimś bije?
Probably didn't even really see exactly where those shots
Nie wiem.
came from, who was surrounded or all around him, and see their
Właśnie pokazywali Okisa.
of the zone. That they have to be careful, okay? As long as they continue to go south, we saw the zone was pulling up, so this will be the congested side. You already see in the minimap there are so many teams going ahead and grabbing their spot all around him. That's going to make it that much harder, but Misha and Teeny keeping things on the run. Weapon Cache is going to come up, and that's 7-man and Cow Gamer that they're trying to contest for it. A little bit of a mistake there with the briefcase turret, trying to go ahead and use it to their advantage. Teeny with a nice shot from the side, backs up towards his teammate.
Dobra. Nasi nie wiązy, tylko bije się War 7-man w tożtą. Tak, oni chyba tam skrzynkę otwierają złotą teraz.
Well, as far as 7-man and Calgamer are concerned, keep in mind, 7-man, decent loadout to take this challenge up against Teeny and Misha. Left side peek, maybe not the most favorable, but they're certainly still making the magic happen. Builds continuously being edited out for both sides and destroyed in the process here, but Teeny, Misha they look as though they really want at least one, if not both, of these eliminations now. They know that 7-Man and CalGamer are bound to have some excellent resources and materials, but again, if you're CalGamer and 7-Man, we saw their loadouts. They don't necessarily need to pressure this. They've got exactly what they were looking for, can easily disengage at this point.
Yeah, and being another team that's outside of that top 25 bubble, they're just trying to play the safe game, straight by, try to get some points, and that's Reet and Ritual are almost trying to do the opposite. They're trying to take the fight to Malibuca and Thomas. Thomas and Malibuca are one of those teams that talk about how good they're playing as a contested duo, but they're in 23rd place. Going down here, no placement points. They only get to 8 points for those eliminations off spawn. This is not what position you want to be in. And you can see they're not playing safe. Even though they did get some damage, they're not going ahead advancing on it. They got their spot in zone, and they're just trying to hold on to it. You see the loot switch. That's respect between teammates as well.
Malibuca definitely understanding that there's a reason Thomas is known as a fragger in the EU region. And with that sharp tooth, seems as though Thomas feeling a little bit more comfortable with trying to aggress even further onto Ritual and Reet, but we'll have to tune back into them a little bit later on here, because keep in mind what Pink said in that mid-game interview, but we'll get more insight on that later on, because right now we've got some great insight coming your way via Mighty Miner.
Thank you so much, Taco. Now we saw a huge game from Acorn and Cold right there, which basically solidifies their spot in the grand
Dobra,
finals on Sunday.
Kamiski i Pink Bike próbuje zajść, a nie, on jednak się ich boi.
Don't have the same success. Now, Pink and Vico are actually in 29th place right now, so they're just dipping. They're getting out of there. Of course, getting inside the territory of Cameron and Sethi as well. They don't want anything to do with it. They want to make sure they're avoiding fights as much as possible, because they've only got 2 games to make it happen.
With only 2 games left. You can see with Pink and Vico, they talked about it going down, but as all that happened, Merstash is now in a 1v2 position, trying to back up, trying to do as much as he can to try to stay alive. That's Duke and Edgy on the other side. They need these points, and it's a 2v1 situation, and Merstash is not backing down from the challenge. A nice shot, but that's going to be a miss. Merstash takes a little bit of damage, but he has more than enough heals to try to get himself into tip-top shape, and it's only really a matter of time. Duke and Edgy, if they realize that this man is a solo, that could be their opportunity to strike. At this stage in the game, with only 2 games left, you have to try to get as many points as possible. Even if you don't get in the top 25 here, you want to get yourself as close as possible.
The hesitation, though, is definitely not there as far as Strokey and Kylie are concerned. They see a solo. They're ready to completely try and run him down, because it's going to be Inshari left to fend for himself here. A nice double elimination there. Strokey and Kylie. So the plan, clearly a success from their starting point. A great job getting that reboot advance.
Dobra, Alex chyba coś z kimś był, czy coś było jest. Górka.
85 above the storm surge threshold. Alex and Worthy trying to take advantage of this opportunity that is right before their very eyes. Peeking around towards the backside of the zone, where they're trying to predict some other teams are trying to find a little spot, a little crevice, anything that they can hang on to. But as you saw on the mini-map, not too many teams are there. Acorn and Cold, you said it yourself. They have already got their spot into Championship Sunday. But you know as well as I do, there's more than just money on the line. There's more than just the Axe of Champions. It's about calling yourself the best Fortnite duo in the world. And that's what Cold and Acorn came to do. Specifically Cold. He was at the Invitational along with Acorn, different duos, but he placed 3rd. He fell just shy above Queasy and Vino and Cammy and Sethi. And he's out for redemption here as Merstash in another 1v1. He takes out Oak, is trying to keep the show alive.
Oak is dead.
Kurde, ja serio w niego wierzę.
Teraz ma jedną grę. Nie bym musiał stop 5 zrobić.
On będzie ostatnia gierka teraz, ale no wątpię, że mu się coś uda niestety.
Probably gonna have to wait, recognizing the fact that there's some other teams around him, but no, actually he can't afford to play safe, because the surge damage threshold has just tapped in. And with that in mind, Merstash now, it is essentially now or never. He's got to make a play. He's got to find some damage, and he is just barely managing to put himself into that safety net threshold. But he's looking to challenge for more.
That's just a daring play. Very, very brave, but that's something you kind of known from Merstash. or the more mechanically skilled players in the EU region overall. He's willing to take those chances. He's willing to bet on himself, but since he didn't land a shot and didn't cover the distance, he's just trying to disengage. You said it yourself as well. He's just trying to find his way in towards the zone instead of waiting, letting time pass by, and having all those duos pass him and try to hold him out. I think that was a perfect play for him to try to find his spot inside of the zone. But a team that needs to not only find their spot into the zone, they need to find damage, and they need to start to build that groove. 77 below, continuously falling. They're taking some time to try to get some resources, but that's the decision you got to make. What's more important, Storm Surge or resources to try to survive?
Granted, there is kind of more available for King and Vaser to utilize, but unfortunate stuff there. Doesn't take them quite as far as they were hoping for, and now with that sound going off, seems as though teams on the hill have definitely...
O, ale King sniper trafił.
That suppressed sniper rifle might be the main reason why they weren't as concerned, but they're still below on surge damage. Another shot like that though, and they might just be ahead.
Luckily there on the tail end. Couple of shots go through, 65 above. They do get the knock. The chances for them to be able to take advantage might not necessarily be there, but that's not necessarily what they were looking for. They were looking to move through. They were looking to get themselves a spot in towards the zone, and this is a replay of that shot. Just amazing coming out from King. While the pressure is on as well, he is one of the teams outside of that bubble that needs to put in that work.
And let that be a reminder, I think, for some of these teams, even if you have that height positioning, if you peek just a little bit too far, get a little bit too comfortable, well, a player like King, he'll make sure to take care of that for you.
Yeah, and a lot of these players, you know, they might lose sight of that suppressed sniper being in the game. They might forget, or they might be forced to peek to get the surge for themselves, and those are the opportunities we've been seeing all day, but danger happens. Duke goes down to paper from one team that has their spot for a team that's fighting for it. That leaves Edgy all by himself trying to clutch up. Acorn and Cold, first place on the leaderboard. They're faring well with that Storm Surge, even though they're just forced to continue to move north in this zone. They're bypassing a lot of those teams that are on that Rift Island, which honestly looks a little bit more active than we've seen in some of these previous games.
Ej, Polska ma na drugim miejscu najwięcej osób w top 10.
Wow.
Najwięcej ma USA 5 osób, a Polska ma 4.
Polska ma 4, a no tak, czyli 2 duosy, tak?
No. Tylko Mixon i Blacha są poza top 10. Ale i tak dzisiaj najważniejsze, żeby zrobić top 25.
No tak, dzisiaj liczy się top 25, żeby... Albo nawet jutro ktoś może. No lepiej dzisiaj, bo żeby miało to z głowy, jutro ma przerwę wtedy chyba. Może z coachami coś więcej.
No. I też jutro to też nie jest nic pewnego, że się uda. Więc lepiej to zrobić już dzisiaj.
Duke's being forced back. A lot of damage is there. He's gonna get knocked. It's all up to Edgy, and their run comes to an end in 34th place. That leaves their backs up against the wall in our 5th and final game.
Yeah, Acorn and Cold do not care. It does not matter who it is. As long as you appear in front of them as a target, they will look to eliminate you. And they've been extraordinarily successful all day so far today. Alabuka and Thomas, though, they've also had a pretty solid day as well, Jacob, but again, this is definitely an instance where they could look to cement themselves in that top 25 if Game 4 goes well.
See them just trying to get that damage. Robob goes down, but at least his teammate Axforce is still alive, trying to grab them as many points as possible.
Chyba tylko w pierwszej grze miejscówkę zepsuli.
No.
Thomas i i Malibuka, bo tylko w pierwszej grze miejscówkę zepsuli.
I King dał 2 snajpy, a nie jedną.
No, teraz dał drugą. Ale dobrego.
On 2 snajpy niesie.
Ale ammo do nich nie ma za dużo.
No w ogóle on niczego nie ma, to bardzo.
To znaczy, że mu dobrze siedzą.
Surge'a też nie miał, gdyby nie te dwie snajpy. Bo z tego on miał 500 damage'a jakoś. Seti i Kami na downside. HG budują. O, Blacha. Pokazane.
No i wreszcie, Blacha Mixon. Dobra. Blacha ma w miarę gutów, w sensie ma dobre leczenie, ale Matsu ma średnio.
A blisko już strefę mają.
Even though it wasn't a far rotation with the bounce pad junior, it's just step by step. That's the way a lot of teams got to take it, just one foot in front of the other.
For Blaha and Mixon, it's certainly one tarp in front of the other as they keep trying to make
Pary Gieras też prawie już strefę mają. Kami, Seti na HG.
all the way at the very top
Nice.
of Eclipse's stake. And this is some primo real estate.
Może teraz po tej grze wszyscy będą w top 10.
But it does seem as though they're gonna have to disembark.
No jakby tak było, to by było zajebiście, bo 6 osób było w top 10. No Czary i Gieras na razie mają lepiej z punktami niż Kami Seti, o dziwo.
No tak, bo na przykład tego wina 10 killi zrobili. Więc już z tego mieli 100 punktów jak ponad. Chyba. Booga and Threats are putting themselves to the test now. They have 4 eliminations and barely any placement points just left. There's 24th place and 24 teams still left alive, so there's still so many possible points up for grabs.
But the best part is, Threats and Booga, they're at least still together as we enter this late game, which is something we have not really had a chance to see from this duo all day today. It's been repetitive as far as solo clutch circumstances are concerned. They just haven't really been able to bring anything to fruition because of that. Pink and Vico, though, under a lot of pressure here from Malibuca and Thomas. So many other teams surrounding them. Sometimes it can be really difficult to tell just which direction your builds are actually getting targeted from.
They survived the off-spawn battle between Acorn and Cold. This is their chance to shine, even though they don't have much to work with. We've seen them do amazing things before.
Ale Skybase. Kami, Seti.
No, ale mają jakiś tam Rocketera, ma Rocketera Makami.
A teraz tyle ludzi żyje, że pewnie nikt nie ma czasu patrzeć do góry.
No w sumie. No, ale potem już będzie, wiesz, będą mieli trochę gorzej może.
A, już polecieli.
Kurde. Nie no, mają tak.
Ale wylądują na spokojnie. Mixon i Blacha żyją. Harry też żyje. Kieras też żyje. Another elimination being found by Malibuca. Their total as a team does move up to 5. 12 teams remain. These are the points that they were looking for. They started this game in 23rd place. This game alone, if they come out on top, could qualify them to Championship Sunday, but the fight
Dobra,
continues.
Cold.
Mixon, Blacha, dead.
Cold zabili duo.
No. Właśnie Mixona i Blachę. Ale jest... Colt i Acorn będą mieli taką przewagę na top 2.
O, Seti w THG. Walczy z Alexem.
Kami też już jest na HG. Gieras już chyba zginął. Też.
Kurde, Thomas żyje. Thomas Malibuca żyją. Sphinx, Polo żyją.
Veno dalej gdzieś żyje.
Set is dead. Thomas zabił Setiego.
Mają już HG, Malibuka i Doma.
Tak, bo Kamil chyba też już nie żyje, bo został chyba zabity pierwszy w takim razie.
Jeszcze chyba Polo i Sphinx są było poza Malibuką.
Nie, Kamil żyje, ale
2 na 2. Ale Polo i Sphinx 10 killi mają. Thomas dead. Win 12 killi.
Nice, follow
swing here, Jacob. That might just be enough to even make them surface in our top 25.
And they might have snatched away the single game elimination record, but I'm gonna let Frankie talk about that because there she is on stage with our winners.
Yeah, I just had to come in and ask everything you were saying in that final zone because your mouth was going off. How were the comms?
I don't know. Pollo just doesn't really talk. Kind of just, you know, gets kills, does his thing, and I'm just, you know, there for the ride, you know?
And do you just are happy to let him off the leash like that?
I mean, if he gets the kills, I got no problem with it.
And Pollo, your ear's burning now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a man of few words. He was so what, sorry?
He was so loud.
He was incredibly loud. To be honest, I felt like I could hear him backstage. So for you, how has the day been so far? Now you've got your victory royale as well.
Yeah, it's been 2-1 off spawn. I think we're at the bottom of the leaderboard, but I think we'll be near qual range now.
Hopefully, we will take a look at the leaderboard shortly. I love this. You're a man of so many words. I can hear him in the background going 2-1, 2-1. Is there anything you'd like to say to people watching right now and supporting you?
Ale no ostatnia gierka. Nie no, Kamil raczej mają kwala na pewno. Ci.
Gieros też już ma kwala.
Czary i no, Gieros mają też.
Jedynie Blacha może wypaść, ale nie jestem przekonany, żeby mieli jeszcze szansę wypaść. Raczej też myślę, że już się kładnie.
Obviously, of course, he's a little bit biased. Pollo, I know you're a man of few words, but give me one more. What's it like to play in Copenhagen?
It's different. It's not the same as at home.
That's the most words, and I loved it. Thank you so much. Congratulations, everyone. Sphinx and Pollo!
Well, Evan. NA on top. What do you have to say now?
Look, I just want to say, I love how like Pollo just won the game, hype moment, and all he's thinking is like, Sphinx, just stop talking. He's talking too much. Like, pipe down a bit, mate. You know, like that's his only concern about that game. All I have to say is, right, after that, you know, Thomas HD and Malibuka were popping off. It looked like they were going to win the game. The crowd was getting loud. When Sphinx win the game, everyone was just like, oh. What did we just watch? Like the shots.
To będzie ostatnia gra za 7,5 minuty. To jest taka długa przerwa w sumie.
The shots, like you mentioned, I mean, it's just too clean. And usually, I give my respect to Acorn and Cold because usually they're so good on the low ground. Pollo and Sphinx, they're looking a little bit better, especially in this game because they were just getting elimination.
Look at this.
Elimination. Boom. That's the winning shot right there. You make it a 2v1, clean it up easy.
Just disgusting. This one, I feel like I could say this about every game we've seen so far. They have been roller coasters from, you know, Seti and Cammy up on high ground, them going straight up, then suddenly it's Queasy and Veno, just kidding, it's back to Seti and Cammy, now it's Thomas HD.
Colt i Acorn mają 60 punktów przewagi już. No 55.
Yeah, 100%. And look at this, right? They were talking about it. They were towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Look at that placement now, 15th, right? That question mark was there. I think we're in qual range. You are definitely in qual range if you are 15th right now. A couple more points might secure it for you, but it is looking good for them right now.
Yeah, if they can keep hitting shots like that, they'll be well on their way to being in that qual range and being secure, right? So I think the big thing from them is not to let this win almost, you know, get them too excited. Right, stick to what's been working for you, and sort of go with that going into this last one. I mean, again, I'm just still mesmerized by some of the shots they were putting on a clinic in that end game.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that, you know, you have that maybe talks a lot by what they would consider each other, and then Pollo doesn't talk apparently at all. But yet they're sitting here racking up 12 eliminations in game number 4 of the Global Championship upper bracket. I did not think we'd see any duo break double digits, and they just went on and did it, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Now we get the opportunity to look at the standings. Acorn and Cole, they're pulling away with their lead, still in first place, but Queasy and Veno also managed to hold on to second place, and Cammy and Seti, they are on the rise.
That top three looks all too familiar, right? You look at, if you were to analyze this whole year and look at who have been the best teams all across the world, these guys, you know, that top three in particular has just been three of the biggest names you mentioned.
For sure. Yeah, but Levin, Zeke, I'm looking towards 10th place right now. Thomas, HD, and Malibuga, right? I said 23rd place coming into this game. It wasn't comfortable. So they went ahead and clutched up this game. But there was more than just one clutch this game.
Yeah, they were going crazy, right? You know, I think we all talked about how they needed to start to step it up. And they finally did. Malibuga and Thomas started to cook. And I think we know them as being incredible individual players. But when they start doing things like this, Thomas going up on height, he doesn't care who's there. He just knows he wants it, and they take it so well. Of course, yes, Poy and Sphinx win the game, and they sort of shut them up with a really big shot. But these guys throughout that end game were incredibly dominant, showing off why they are revered as one of the favorites for this tournament.
And I wonder what put them in a situation where they didn't have those mats, right? What led up to that ultimately where, because if they had materials, it feels like that's an easy closeout, right? But they're kind of put in this situation where Poyo and Sphinx on the low ground of all things, they have materials, they have the angles. You're sitting there like a fish in a barrel, like, yep, we're gonna jump down. You've got your angles. We hope we'll hit ours.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Oni mogą sobie ze sobą chodzić i gadać?
Go ahead and contest the high ground, right? When they got the eliminations, it takes a lot of materials to go ahead
Taki
and
Veno,
actually
Thomas
build
HD.
up there. You have to make sure that all of your builds kind of stay supported and stuff like that. So that's probably why they were out of materials. And then not to mention Poyo and Sphinx just picking up so many eliminations on the low ground, almost impossible for them not to have those builds necessary.
Of course, right? When you're racking them up over and over and over again, you're sort of just, even if it is just siphon that you're getting, right, it goes a long way, whereas Thomas and Malibuga weren't quite able to loot everything that they were getting. Just, you know, part of the trade, especially when you're up there on height as well towards the end of the game. Standard procedure, but they won't be upset with that game. They'll be very happy, especially when you look at the previous games they've had.
And, you know, I got to mention it, right? That Thomas, HD, Malibuga clutch all spawn. Malibuga with the 1v2. Actually awesome stuff. And honestly, coming into this, they should have been expecting stuff like this, because throughout this chapter, Malibuga and Thomas, they have done that 7 times where one of them have gone down early and they've clutched it up.
No easy feat, especially when you look at the competition they've been facing. Thomas, towards the start of the day, said, look, I've faced much better competition off spawn than Canada in ages, right? So I'm used to doing this. And if he's able to 1v2 against players like that, they'll be confident they can 1v2 against Canada in ages as well. So really good to see that happen. Like you said, the 2 clutches for them in that game.
You guys talk about Thomas HD, and I'm thinking Thomas HD, probably one of the best snipers in the world. Then I kind of flash back to mid-game. I want to just quickly highlight King with 2 of the back-to-back most disgusting snipes we've seen today.
Unbelievable. King is the kind of player that's always going to give you that special moment, right? You know, we all think back to the World Cup times, right? When he eliminated TFU, we were hyped thinking, you are nervous, this Argentinian kid taking out TFU, right? Here again today. We expect Thomas HD to be the sniper machine. King sitting everybody down. You were saying it during the game, right? There was 200 down below Surge, and then a couple minutes later, there's 600 above. That's ridiculous, all from his snipes alone.
Those shots were absolutely clutch for sure. But now let's talk about the clutch that is necessary for teams that are in the bubble.
That's right, 25. The top 25 will go on to Sunday. Take a look right now. M. Sherry and Rue sitting on that bubble. 68 points is the minimum going into these next games. Just take a look at some of the names, even just down there in 30th, right? Cooper and Miro right there on the bubble. Kitos and PHJin as well. But as we've seen, it just takes one good game, and you can just change everything. Now, even look at 31st, Podesai and Snazy. M8, y'all out there? Yo, Snazy and Podesai?
They're asleep, man.
There they are. Y'all can hear them in the ground. They're going crazy. But even someone like Booga and Threats, right, they've kind of been relatively quiet. Currently sitting in 34th. They can make up the ground, but they really need to come online here in this last game.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we are at the Global Championship, right? Let's talk about regional representation in that top 5 or top 25 right now. EU, there are currently 13 duos. NA currently has 8 duos, and then 1 for each of the regions in OCE, Brazil, Middle East, and Asia. So that is currently what the regional breakdown is looking like. so far for the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think for me personally, the NA teams have impressed so much, right? Of course, they do make up a big part of the lobby, but I think what we've seen is not just the trailblazers, the typical NA teams you expect to dominate, some of the ones just in that beneath tier, right, that have come through and really made their mark on this competition, right? Showed us that they aren't just here to sort of hang around and enjoy, you know, Copenhagen and have a good time, find a girlfriend, some of them are saying, right? Some of them are here to actually try and win, right? That's what it's all about for them, right? So, you know, the priorities on a lot of these NA players are clearly, you know, to come here and show EU, show the other regions what they got.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about this back in Major 2, right? At the end of it, I asked you the question, Levin, do you think NA hangs if we get to globals? At the time, it was no, right? And I think for a lot of players in NA, they're thinking, okay, 11-2K, we'll see you at LAN then. Because it feels like NA is playing with a chip on their shoulder, and I also kind of want to play a little bit of devil's advocate. What if we're revealing strategies a little too soon? What if EU is like, yeah, you guys are ahead. That's cool. Then Championship Sunday, they're like, okay, so we were just holding it all back. You know, we were letting you play out there thinking you had something. It's all a show.
Maybe not an element of showing strats too early, but definitely let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? You know, it's just day one, it's just the upper bracket, right? The final's coming, right? And that's when we got to be looking at the leaderboard and really going, okay, how are the NA teams doing, how are the EU teams doing? I think once we get to that point, Zeke, that's when we can really start to give that analysis of, you know, regionally around the world, who looks the strongest. I'm still going to say the EU boys, right? But there are some top NA teams out there that are showcasing that they can hang with anyone.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, you know, NA teams are finding themselves out there. I'm very happy to see so far the performance out of some of the top ones.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the stats we're seeing here out of the competition so far. This is the upper bracket. Let's break it down by the numbers. Currently, as we look at this list. Okay, most eliminations. Here we go. Acorn and Cole, that's not surprising, right? They're currently sitting in that #1 spot. It makes sense. Queasy and Veno right behind, though. Do you guys feel like this is the level of aggression we would see coming into day #1 of the competition?
For me, probably, yeah, I'd say, right? I think, especially seeing those two teams there is great for me in terms of Acorn and Cold, you know, Queasy, Vino. I look at Vino, I look at Cold as individuals. Throughout the year, they were the two players I think were going head-to-head for, you know, best player in the world a lot of the year. And so to see them up there in terms of eliminations just makes sense.
You'll love to see it. Guess what? Fortnite fam, it is time. The last game of the day here in the upper bracket is about to kick off. So casters, on over to you.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Vivid, and 11 for all the insight on the analyst desk. But our final game of today's upper bracket, match #5, is just on the horizon. We've seen so many teams now in that 26th to 50th position trying to escalate themselves into the top 25 so that they don't have to worry about tomorrow's lower bracket matches, Jacob.
Erodate.pl
Siema, Wik. Oglądamy teraz Fancyesy.
Final game underway.
It has been a beautiful day so far of matches containing
Tak ostatnia gra, Bartek.
teams here in the upper bracket. Some of the strongest teams even from their respective regions, but only 25 can actually break through and guarantee themselves a seat on that battle bus for Championship Sunday. We've seen a handful of them in the top 10 feeling relatively safe, but the relief can't come quick enough for those teams just outside the top 25.
And I can count at the top of my head at least 3 of these off-spawn battles that would decide if a team goes towards the lower bracket or at least gives themselves a chance to get to that top 25 to earn that Championship Sunday spot themselves. And this is going to be one of them. Malibuca and Thomas, Agers and Ganada, and judging by their elevation, it is on.
It's looking like Agers might have the beat on the punch though. Agers and Kanata quicker as far as the drop is concerned. Opening of the chest, but it's a tactical DMR here that Kanata's got to work with, trying to break Thomas's initial build. Agers gonna follow it up with the Maven Auto. That's gonna be Thomas down for the count. 1 knock already. Agers taking full advantage of the site.
Gra jest.
Wiem, ja oglądam, ja ci wołałem przed chwilą. Malibuka został sam i ucieka.
Dobrze, Kanada musi się dostać. Która jest Kanada?
Or do I go ahead and try to disengage and just already see it on the minimap? He's just trying to survive. Even though they did lose the off-spawn battle, they know they have their spot secured, so now it's just for bragging rights.
Kanada ma top 39. Musi teraz dobrą grę zagrać.
To lap back anytime soon here at the racetrack. He knows that it's going to take some time before Agers and Kanata fully clear this area out. And if he wants to get Thomas's review card, he might force himself into waiting. But the wait is over as far as threats and Booga are concerned. That's going to be a quick elimination to start things off for a team that desperately needs it.
Yeah, you see Threats taking advantage of what is usually a triple chest on the side of that mountain. Mixing goes down. That's not only important points for Booga and Threads, that's a Storm Surge to really give themselves a little bit of a cushion, because we know that's not going to be enough. But another one of our off-spawn battles that are paramount for our team success. King and Phaser, Cowgamer 7-man, shots are being fired. Phaser's gonna quickly disengage. He doesn't want to give up too much. He wants a chance to heal. You see, he has big pots, and if King can get to him, that'll allow him to heal up as well.
But even with the vault card, Phaser, he can't charge into it just yet, unless Cowgamer and 7-man have it in their best interest to just prioritize that. But King applying a little bit of pressure here from a distance. Keep in mind the resources though. Builds not looking the best as far as 7-man is concerned. And Cowgamer, again, seems as though he has none at all. So this is definitely going to put Cowgamer and 7-man's push to a halt. And that is more than enough time for Phaser and King to get into the vault here at Relentless Retreat.
Yeah, both of these teams need to have a solid performance if they want to see Sunday right here. Otherwise, they'll have to go to the lower bracket and earn it yet again. But you see a switch up of what we saw last game. King and Phaser this time around getting control of that ball over towards Relentless Retreat. But instead of just disengaging, 7-man and Cowgamer are still looting up. There's a lot of loot there to grab. And what a huge battle going down yet again. But Kami and Seti, they're separated, but they're trying to pincer them in.
Dobra, Kami żyje, Seti żyje na szczęście. A nie wiem, czy mam przewagę nad tym, nad Deni.
And Stain and Data's though holding their own. Now what a way to represent Asia though. I mean, we talk all the time ever since the Invitational really, where we saw some of the potential, I think, from Asia's fraggers. And so Data's and Stain looking to try and follow that up as much as possible. They have been going toe-to-toe here with Kami and Seti. And granted, Frenzy Fields hasn't necessarily always gone their way, but it's definitely made a little bit of an impact against Seti and Kami, because they had to go nuclear basically the last 2 matches to play catch-up.
Another one gonna break down a lot of early game skirmishes. With your back up against the wall, it almost leaves you no choice but try to get the elimination points. Axe Force, Bobob going against PHN and Kitos. Kitos and PHN actually do need this. They are outside of the bubble, 26th place, and a nice shot to try to back down Axe Force. They pounce, they get the 2v1, give themselves at least a one-man advantage. Guido's trying to heal up. They're not wanting to give him that opportunity. Dropping down into the palm of their hands. They're attacking from both angles.
Dobra, X-Force ma problemy chyba z tego co widzę. Chociaż nie wiem czy to są problemy.
Nie ma. 2 na 1 mieli.
Słuchaj, to nie są problemy, tylko które po prostu są takie wszystkie dynamiczne fighty. Big... ja źle to przeczytałem, to był Dig Dug, ja myślałem, że to jest nieważne.
I like this. I like this. Pink may have called it griefing, but no, this is just using your brain. Acorn and Cold, even though they've already qualified, letting Pink and Vico qualify off of their spot, which means they're going to get contested again on Sunday. So they want to make sure that team has as little loot, push them back as much as possible. As Anon and Sons, they need a big game here going against Queasy and Vino, who already got their spot secured. And I like the aggressive nature coming out of this. Start to build that confidence, get some points. And then you could probably take what they've been doing and put it to the test yourselves. But it all really comes down here if they want to actually fight it, because Anon looks like he's disengaging. He doesn't want to get trapped between both Vino and Queasy.
This is a very risky team to try and tango with when your position in that top 25 is on the line here. Sons and Anon, they cannot afford to get eliminated just yet. But Queasy and Veno, they're not the sort to let anything go. We've got some player listen-ins coming our way, starting with Kanata.
I got a Maven. 16 white. Going to you. I'm running. He's on my right. Yeah, run at him, run at him. 20 white.
Kill him. 40 white, 40 white, 40 white.
Nice. Other one's at the hut. He's at the hut.
Get the finish, get the finish.
They're dead.
Nice. We need a cam, bro.
He's running. He's running back. He's just running to rise. He's trying to not give us the kill points.
He's at the hut right now. 9 damage? No, he ran, bro. We just camped the card. We just camped the card. He's a great...
See a lot go down in that listen-in. The great teamwork, the great chemistry. But then the plan for the future. They're going to camp that card so that way Malibuka can't come back and get it safely. Which leaves him as a solo at the start of the game. So remember that, because if he does amazing things, he did it all by himself. As Vino just...
Viva nasze biją. Chyba.
Chyba tak, ale nie wiem czy oni się biją, czy oni nie chcą się bić może.
Mało ma to.
Sons and Anon got to figure out what they're going to do, because they're just getting followed right now by Queasy and Venom.
And Ken, that's definitely not the team that you want trailing behind you, because just like that, Queasy's going to give some quick reminders of what he's capable of. For Misha and Teeny, they've also got to deal with Baka and Pars, and again, such an impressive day so far from Baka and Pars. We've really been seeing them take an aggressive stance and come out on top in numerous situations. And I would expect to be all the same here. And Kanata and Agers, even though Racetrack might have gone their way, running into Yamzo and Rise is a different story altogether, as Agers now forced to bounce, has to leave Kanata to be eliminate collected, and they went from wanting to camp Thomas's reboot card to now Agers potentially having to worry about whether or not they that Yamzo and Raz will do the same to Kanata.
Yeah, this is very troublesome for Agers and Kanata, the duo that needs at minimum a top 10 performance here in this game if they're looking to skip Saturday and go directly to our championship. But a fight that we saw start as a 2v2 ends up in a 1v1. Baka gets the piece control away from Teeny, not really letting him get any footing in this round. The real estate here and that piece control is going to be important. And another shot getting fired. Teeny getting back down little by little. Baka just playing a game of peekaboo. It's working out for him.
Baka będzie dead? Nie no.
Comes to an end eventually, and Baka takes a massive shot. The thing here,
Baka dead. Od Toniego chyba. Tonego, jak to się mówi, nie wiem.
That was a huge
No.
shot here for Teeny.
Oni się nie tradują i tak.
Rice and Chubbs now deciding to join the fray. Teeny gonna look to see if he can find an escape route somehow, or
Albo?
an opportunity to get this
W sumie może się udać, zanim oni tu dojdą.
Uda się, bo oni nie podjeżdżają nawet tam za bardzo. Będą mieli szarby kartę.
potential situation here. But again, Nisha and Teeny bound to be relatively low on resources after that last engagement.
Gotta imagine it to be true. That's Teeny trying to hold the covers, give his teammate some time to try to heal up. First is going to be the med kit, now it's going to be the shields, and the forecast tower hasn't even been taken yet. That's what they were originally fighting over, and that's probably what drawed Bryce and Chubbs over to this direction, but they don't know that he was weak necessarily. So for them, they're just trying to play the game. They're outside of that top 25. They want to give themselves a fighting chance to get towards that championship Sunday and not really fight towards that Saturday. As we tune on to Agers, you can see him just trying to go ahead and bypass everything. Let's go ahead and go and listen in to see what happened in the beginning of this game.
I mean, when he gets in, I'll be able to see him and just run. 30-60 on him.
Nice.
I got headshot sniped through the bush. This is so sad, man.
Oof. That is really all that can be said.
Więc demon się nawet nie zdenerwował, jak dostał headshot sniper z krzaku.
To są stalowe nerwy, Bartek. Jak ukazamy, chłopie. On ma nerwy jak ukazamy. Po prostu go nic nie wzrusza, on ma taką silną psychę. A nie wiem, w ogóle co jest tam dopuszczalne z nerfów. Na przykład można się chyba krzyknąć, walnąć w biurko, ale tak nie wiem, czy do kogoś krzyczeć można.
Nie można wszystko. Chyba. O ile nie będziesz kogoś wyzywał jakoś mocno.
Czyli co, mogę na przykład Vena, jak się rok temu podejść do Setiego i zacząć się z nim bić przed wszystkimi?
No mówię, że póki nie będziesz komuś innemu czegoś robił. Na przykład Veno, jak rok temu jak przegrał wtedy na miejscówce na Setiego i Kamiego, to walił w biurko tak z pięści.
A nie pokazywali też faka w tle, czy fak nie krzyczał do niej, bo tam coś było chyba gdzieś.
Nie wiem. W ogóle ktoś na czacie Fortnite'a napisał Kazama 5 i proplayer.
Ma rację, bardzo mądry człowiek. A tam kolejna snajpa, te snajpy tutaj siedzą, bo ci ludzie tak wychylają agresywnie mega.
O, Kanada żyje już. Ale daleko do strefy mają.
Kurde, no właśnie.
Oni muszą dużo punktów zrobić, żeby się dostać. Buga! W ogóle Buga ma kwala?
Tylko na tabelę. O, chłop gra tym FNCS sobie skinkiem, jest taki ładny ten skin z FNCS-ów, moim zdaniem. A się pewnie nie.
Buga też musi zrobić dobrą grę, żeby się kwalnąć.
No właśnie. Bo którzy oni są?
Top 34.
Ale jak dzisiaj Polacy wszyscy dostaną, to i tak chyba jutro oglądamy.
No. A Batman Buga jest top 24.
To Batman Buga na razie ma, ale musi to uczyć, bo to jest tak na skraju.
No, Batman Buga na razie nad Bugą. A Okis? Czy żyje? Nie, Batman Buga zginął. Nie będzie kwala.
Kurde.
Okis żyje.
It comes to an end yet again, and Pink and Vico outside of that top 25. So I think Cold and Acorn have defended their drop spot. They're actually in 24th place. They have 74 points. That's going to be a tough one to watch.
Eyes on Cooper and Nero as well. One of our teams in that 28th position, but for the team on our screen right now, Vanyak and Carmi, they've also got to ensure that they're able to stay within this top 25 because, again, just barely being above as far as the points are concerned, it does not leave you in a guaranteed position. There are
Chyba będzie walka o wyspę, bo dwie teamy są. Nie wiem, czy nawet nie 3.
at 80. The points continue to climb the more you go up. A lot of these teams don't really need to do everything. They just need to do the bare minimum. As Snazy gets spotted out by himself, and Shari and Rue, they have a chance to sneak up. Snazy's all by himself. Podesai, we already saw him go down earlier on in the game, and a strike from above.
Wbili się.
And it's worked to perfection. And Shari and Rue, they get that elimination, and that's huge because they were the team in the 25th spot. They started the game with 68 points. Now you can kind of count them up, 72, but they still haven't passed up Pink and Vico at 74 points.
Snazy was just so focused on teams that weren't on that Rift Island. He had no clue that those two were sneaking up behind him. The ultimate crouch maneuver, essentially, all the way up until they had their precise moment to pounce onto Snazy. And that's big as well from Shari and Rue, because again, another team just barely managing to hang on to that top 25 threshold. They are currently 25th. And looking to go higher.
Yeah, and this is a team, you know, Major won, they became champions. They stayed towards the top of leaderboards in duo cash cups, in FNCSs. They're just trying to continue to mimic that, just like Cooper and Miro, who were almost not even duoing this season. It was left to a coin flip of all things. And what a coin flip it was. I hope Cooper kept that coin, maybe framed it on a wall.
One would think, but I guess it maybe depends on how this weekend goes possibly for the duo. Regardless, they've done an excellent job as a team, but more importantly still, their placements, you saw it jump just a little bit. Part of that
Powtórka, bo coś było.
able to find a really nice elimination here, and this is a massive one as well. Good shutdown onto Cold, essentially. And that is huge for Cooper and Miro, because they have had some problems in their rotations dealing with some of these teams that are already guaranteed to be participants of our championship Sunday. So knowing that Cooper was able to find that elimination on the Cold, it just makes the rotation all that easier.
It probably builds a little bit of confidence too, because even though they went down and they got their spot on Sunday, Cold and Acorn, they're going to finish first in this bracket more than likely with how they've been playing.
Branty obija, będzie miał bugę, będzie miał chociaż trochę tego surge'a. Dobra, top 1 i top 2 jest dead, ale mają taką przewagę, że chyba Kami City nawet ich nie mają zbytnio szans dogonić.
No na pewno nie.
Ale i tak dobra, to nie jest finał jeszcze.
Top 2 maksymalnie mogą mieć.
The point difference so high up. These guys can essentially choose exactly how they want to wrap things up for today. Meanwhile, Bugha doesn't get that same luxury. Bugha and Threats have to be on their A game.
Yeah, it's going to be a must. 44 points.
Ale chłopie, nie rozumiem, ja powiedziałem, że mój nauczyciel, mój kolega powiedział właśnie kiedyś w klasie, że nasz nauczyciel, którym miał za mnie lekcję, jest chamski. Ja potem powiedziałem, że jakaś inny nauczyciel jest chamski i chłop mi chce rozmowę z moimi rodzicami i 20 punktów za takie coś.
Aha.
Bo pan nam zrobił właśnie wtedy sprawdzian i kartkówkę na jednej lekcji, co jest nielegalne. I wtedy jak on to mówił, to mój kolega z klasy taki trochę, powiedzmy, przygłupawy, nieważne. No po prostu nie przygłupawy, tylko trochę dziecięcznie się zachowuje, jest fajny i tak dalej, ale no, powiedział, ale pan jest chamski i on się tak wkurzył na nas. On powiedział, że inni nauczyciele są chamscy i że on nie jest właśnie chamski. Więc jak on mówił, że inni nauczyciele są chamscy, to ja powiedziałem na przykład, że pani Wanda jest chamska u nas. Tak for fun, bo ona tak jest wymagająca. I oni się tak wkurzył też na mnie. Nie wiem za co. I chce mi za to dać... Ostatnio mi wiadomo na lekcji. Zastanawiam się, czy dać ci 20 czy 15 punktów za co, że powiedzieli, że pani Wanda jest chamska. I potem mi gadał, ciekawe, niedługo będzie wywiadówka, jak prosimy rodziców, co powiedzą na to, że mówisz, że pani Wanda jest chamska. Następnego dnia o tym wychowawczyni rozmawiała i jej powiedziałem, że ja chciałem wtedy powiedzieć, że pani Wanda nie jest wymagająca, tylko chamska, a ten nauczyciel był wkurzony i mi przerwał, nie dał mi dokończyć. I się wytłumaczyłem tak, mam spokój dzięki temu. Ale tak naprawdę nie miałem tego zamiaru powiedzieć. Ale chyba ten Krzysiu też, ten typ co się wkurzył, uwierzył, bo już od następnego dnia się do mnie nie czepiał w ogóle. Więc mam nadzieję, że w to uwierzy. Ja nie rozumiem tak szczerze, że ich łapali na paleniu i dalej palą. Ostatnio byliśmy właśnie w galerii, w kinie tym wczoraj. No i oni normalnie wychodzili ze kina i tam palili. Z galerii wychodzili.
A ile mają lat?
14 i 13. Nie, 14 oboje.
To myślę, że przed nimi świetlana przyszłość.
No, jak on już tyle chłopie pali w takim wieku i pije po 5 monsterów dziennie. Albo dzików, a dziki są jeszcze gorsze. Pije po 4 i 5 energoli dziennie około. Tych półlitrowych. Że tyle energoli on wody powinien wypić dziennie. On tyle energoli pije.
Nawet nie musi tyle wody pić.
No, energole mu wystarczają. Ja nie się dziwię, dlaczego on ma jeszcze lepszą sylwetkę ode mnie, mimo że tyle pali, pije i je bardziej, może je trochę mniej fast foodów, ale ma lepszą sylwetkę ode mnie, tak się oddziwiam cały czas. I on pije normalnie energole z cukrem, a ja zawsze już bez cukru i jednym na powiedzmy tydzień. A ten chłopak tak ma lepszą sylwetkę ode mnie.
No to też zależy tam od tego, czy on jakiś sportu prawie jaki, genetyka.
No to jest genetyka, bo on tak od zawsze. A jeździ sobie czasami w wakacje się trochę na rowerku jeździł po miejscowościach pobliskich, bo to jest szkoła na wsi. Po miejscowościach pobliskich typu 2 km tak pojeździ, posiedzi, popali, pije energoli tam i potem z powrotem do siebie, albo no. Czyli to jest max 20 km dziennie załóżmy. I do tego tyle pali i tego. Dobra, to potem. Teraz jest late game.
Kanada teraz walczy o życie.
Ja myślałem, że to jest Kanada. To jest Kanada. Dobra,
No.
Nixon żyje.
Hen jutro gra dopiero. A w ogóle dużo teamów jutro dopiero gra. Mr. Savage, Clicks, Hen.
Mon grał?
Co?
A Mon grał?
Mongro nie. Będzie Fishy też nie.
Co oni się nie dostali?
No nie. Bo już trochę czasu już nie grałem. Ale mogliby tak jedno miejsce zarezerwować, na przykład Mongral i Benji Fishy by byli i było. To by było dobre. Nieuczciwe, ale dobre.
Sporo nieuczciwych rzeczy, ale dobrze. Dobra, King się wybija. King został
King ginie.
No. Ale on dużo snipe dawał, ale teraz gówno z tego killi dostał.
Nie wiem jak on ma mityczne MK7 i nie ma Storm Surge'a.
I on chłopie snajpił, King tyle snajpił, a i tak nie ma właśnie Storm Surge'a też. O, Han się wbił.
Jezu, jakie logi.
No. Czemu stał w boksie z jakąś FNC z babeczką?
No to tak laguje, że to jest hit.
No to jest stacked mega. Ciekawe jakbyśmy...
I Kanada jutro też gra.
Lejcie.
Buga walczy o Quala.
Buga
Ale
walczy.
chyba zrobi, bo ma 800 matca.
O.
Jeszcze. A jak zrobią tak w 40 punktów, to już to raczej będą mieli.
Aż tak dużo punktów nie trzeba, to jest tak stacked.
Kami dead.
Kurde. Tego nie muszę free quala.
A w ogóle Blacha i Mixon jeszcze Quala nie mają pewnego.
Ale oni jeszcze żyją.
Nie wiem, czy oni żyją.
No, przed chwilą widziałem jeszcze gdzieś ich niki, ale przy tyle rzeczy dzieje, że mogą nawet nie zauważyć, kiedy już ich nie ma. Blacha żyje, widzę go. Blacha i Mixo żyją oboje na low ground. Pod Mero są aktualnie gdzieś tam. Multi chce aptekę walnąć? Nie uda się. Już nie udało. Tak widać, Mixon tam jest na początku z tego zona. Buga ma mega mało matsów, kurde. Ale dostali refresh, tylko że Buga nie żyje.
Just barely there. No, Booga actually gonna find himself trapped just outside. He won't be able to make it in time. And the knock from that.
Jestem już.
Nice, Buga dead jest. Dostał ten. Przeżył ten jego duo i ma, bo zrobili refresha.
No, Threads już kłala ma i Buga.
Tak.
Prawie tylko z tej gry by już mieli kłala.
Dobra. Enzo też ma kłala. Ra i Ruiz.
Pico i Trulex, nie wiadomo czy mają. Pewnie mają.
Pewnie tak.
Teraz 2 na 1. Już na pewno mają kola.
Dobra. Oj, nice. Ale Kami sobie takiej dobrej formy w tym roku jakoś nie mają. Zobaczmy na finałach jak będzie. Bo jak na razie tak już tak super wybitnie nie pokazali. Rok temu pierwszy nie był bardziej obiecujący moim zdaniem.
I'm between the danger duo and what a day it's been for the two of you. A spot in Sunday's grand final was inevitable, but how did you ramp things up for the victory royale at the end of today?
It was a rough first few games. We had a 2-0 pointers back to back, so said we went last and
to jest tak, że ta typiara na przykład jest pod każdego biurkiem? Na przykład?
Got the win.
And you are currently in
Chyba
fourth
nie.
place, so you say you've had a tough day, but you've had incredible performance. For you, Rise, what's it been like getting to compete with so many people here?
A ta FNCS to jest później tylko męski.
It's your first land, that's incredible because you're taking to it.
Nie, to jest turniej. Ten kto się dostanie.
Żadna dziewczyna się nie dostała na FNCS takie.
No nie. Nie wydaje mi się, że nawet na finały na regionie jakimś.
Ale teoretycznie jakby się była dobra, by mogła.
No.
To jest mała szansa. Bo mam pomysł, napiszę do Kamiego i do Zetiego propozycję, żeby zrobili tak jak Molly. To dobry plan?
I co im to da?
Że będą pierwszymi dziewczynami na FNCS-ach.
You make it look easy, I'm not gonna lie, but I know it's definitely not. Beyonzo Rise, congratulations, we'll see you on Sunday, and we'll see the guys on the desk right now, I
Myślę, to jest dobry plan?
Thank you so much. This is a unicorn.
Ale szkoda, że chłopie za te punkty kanału na Twitchu Fortnite nie da się jakieś fałdolcy czy czegoś dostać. Bo jakbyśmy tak codziennie oglądali po te 4 godziny i 5.
Szkoda, że QLN się nie da dostać.
A QLN co jest za punkty kanału? Jest ticket na myszkę, ticket na słuchawki. O.
I tak to jest chyba nieaktualne. Ja mam 300 000 punktów kanału.
I co, możesz coś kupić?
No mogę ticket na losowanie jakieś, ale i tak to chyba nie jest aktualne. Ale kiedyś miałem chyba 900 000.
nieaktualne, bo jakby pisze tutaj, że bilet na losowanie słuchawek Logitech losowanie było tego 4 marca.
A ja pamiętam jak ja miałem 900 000, bo na jakichś tam finałach FNCS-ów przed ostatnią grą dałem, że Artur będzie najwyżej ze wszystkich Polaków na finałach. I właśnie na to mało osób dawało i akurat Artur był najwyżej i ja dostałem wtedy dużo punktów.
No ale jak ty straciłeś te 600 000? Na co?
Nie wiem, jakieś rzeczy odbierałem i przewidywania jakieś. A dobra, było jakieś losowanie i tam było chyba 100 000 za jeden ticket. To chyba było jakieś na klawiaturę. Ja tam kupiłem 8 ticketów.
Wow, jak?
Nie wygrałem.
A chcecie to pytanie o fałdolce jeszcze?
Ja nie rozumiem, skąd ludzie mają właśnie tyle punktów, w sensie tyle tych punktów kanału. Ja oglądam sporo osób, ale no u Kubiksa dla mnie był problem, żeby 30 000 na Unbana na Discordzie zdobyć.
Ja mogę zobaczyć ile ja mam watch time'u u QLN-a.
Zobacz.
8 dni, 12 godzin.
O, mocno. Ja u Kubiksa bym sprawdził, ale Kubiks ma streama niestety.
To i tak możesz sprawdzić.
Jak?
Ale ja i tak miałem parę kont na Twitchu, więc pewnie z drugie tyle bym jeszcze
Ja
miał.
wchodzę na kanał Kubiksa.
A w ogóle jeden mój kolega ma 4 tygodnie.
Ło, a gdzie to sprawdzi, jak on nie ma streama teraz?
Wpisujesz na czacie watch time.
Zbanowano cię na czacie, nie możesz... Co?
No to fajnie.
Dalszy kanał podali powód twojego mana jako skamer. Kto kupił Mill na Discorda, dał gifta za 2K fałdolcy w Fortnite.
To?
Ja ci mogę to wysłać, Bartek. Bo to jest... Kto mi kupi Unbana na cy, dam mu gifta za 2K w filmie. Jakiś geniusz w to uwierzył. Nie chciałbym się drugi raz zbierać. Chyba lepiej dostać mana na Twitchu niż na Discordzie. Discord się bardziej przydaje. Wiesz co jest najlepsze, że Chtar to jest moderator na Discordzie. Dobry plan, Bartek, myślisz? Czekaj, wszyscy Polacy się zakwalifikowali w takim razie?
A chyba?
Nice. A to był bardzo dobry pomysł moim zdaniem, Bartek, z tym Discordem. A ty jak uważasz?
Jaki pomysł?
No z tym z Twitchem i Discordem.
A no, dobry pomysł.
Tylko, że to jest moderator na Discordzie i ja mu zawsze przedłużam, mówię, że kiedyś to dostanie, kiedyś ten, bo on może mnie zbanować znowu. A teraz ja od Twitcha, żeby się odbanować. Ja czuję, że...
Napisz, że już naprawdę dasz mu tego gifta, jak odbanujecie na Twitchu.
Bo chłopie, to jest najgorsze, że tylko że to ile trwa, bo on do mnie codziennie spami, więc jeśli powiem to to będzie znów czekał.
So now that we've kind of concluded the first 5 games, how are you guys feeling about the competition? Obviously, it's pretty
evident. Założę nowe konto na Twitchu i znów to samo napiszę. Kto kupi mi Unbana na Discordzie i na Twitchu, dostanie na gifta za 5000.
Did day 1 meet your expectations?
Dobry plan?
W ogóle u Kubiksa mam czas oglądania chyba tam, nie wiem, z 10 godzin, a mam 190 000 punktów kanału.
Masz 190?
No, bo ja mam talent w obstawianiu zawsze na Twitchu.
Bardzo umieją.
Co?
Chcesz gifta za 4000?
Mogę ci kupić.
Nie potrzebuję, zobaczę, może mi się uda z nim dogadać.
Ej, mogę ci unbana na Twitchu.
Ale poczekaj, jeszcze nie, bo może mi się uda z nim dogadać, to będzie za darmo, bo on mi tak zbanuje.
Ale mi i tak nie są potrzebne te
Nie,
punkty.
jeszcze nie, bo on mnie chłopie, on mnie na razie jeszcze pamięta, jak skończę z nim rozmawiać, bo tak się go wkurzę jutro i mi dam znowu bana, więc na razie nie kupuj lepiej.
Ej, mogę sobie kupić follow Twitter.
A z Twittera już nie korzystasz.
Gone to the toilet, it seems. But when they were here, right, the noise was crazy. So I think all in all, man, the players who will be playing tomorrow,
Może
definitely
zacznę.
have to come in and maybe adjust some things. But
A ja
it's
kosztuje?
been a great day.
For sure. Let's take a look at some of the
180
players. We'll start kind
000.
of on the bubble. And this actually, this
Ja
final
bym
game
śledzał
was a
te
fight for
decyzje.
that top 25 spot. Ultimately, it was
Czy nie lepiej unbana Twitch i unbana Discord?
Lepiej unbany, ale to na razie muszę poczekać, aż z tym moderatorem się uwinę.
Albo mogę kupić TikTok follow.
A za ile?
70 000.
To już lepsza opcja dla ciebie.
Tylko, że nie używam TikToka.
To już jest gorsza opcja dla ciebie.
Mogę ci kupić. I Kubik będzie twoim fanem.
Nie, no ja nie używam niestety. Siema Kumicz G. Widzę, co to było za... Ej, co to jest właśnie ta ikona sztandaru, to taka... Te takie kwadraciki. To jest jakieś... Nie wiem, czy to jest takie coś.
Yeah, 100%, right? They're more accustomed to sort of dealing with that situation where they'll have access
Nie wiem,
to
co to
all
jest
of
za
the
bardzo,
right?
ta
And
ikona
that's
sztandaru.
the
Siema
area.
Kumicz, zobaczcie łapkę w górę pod streamem.
Gramy coś?
Można coś pograć, tylko muszę iść na ZW pilne. Z powodu... bardzo
To
poważnego...
ja też muszę iść.
No, to się widzimy za jakiś czas. Dawaj na ZW, zaraz będę widzenia.
Might be contested tomorrow, right? So it's like you're almost coming into not a whole different tournament, but it's gonna feel that way in the lobby at times.
Is there more pressure going into tomorrow? Obviously, the 25 in the lower bracket have been watching. They've been learning. They've been trying to figure things out. Players that have gone from today now to the lower bracket, is that more pressure? Is it maybe like, okay, I'm warmed up, so let me just kind of change a couple things and we're good?
I think from a format-wise, it has to be more pressure, right? Like, it just has to be. But more games, right? 5 games under their belt now on the international stage. They got to be feeling a little bit more comfortable when it comes to the setups, the crowd, and the lights.
Yeah, I think there'll be more pressure because, of course, these teams were expected to go through. They were the upper bracket teams, right? A lot of the lower bracket teams, some of those guys don't have that LAN experience. But for the teams who didn't quite do it today, in your head you're thinking, oh, top 25, that's pretty easy, I can get that. You didn't, right? So now you're almost second-guessing yourself. It's not easy to get top 25.
Yeah, this is, I mean, what? 75 of the best duos in the world, right? This was going to be a difficult task. Some duos took full advantage. I'm looking at you guys in EU. You know who you are. Crazy Vano, Seti Cami. But still, we have to keep focused, right? We cannot skip a beat. Now, we're going to take a little break here because Kelly is standing by in the Creator Lounge with none other than Peach Cobbler.
That is right, Zeke. Peach Cobbler here joining me. Thank you so much. Day one is now over. How has it been for you?
Oh my gosh, it's been absolutely amazing. It's kind of like just a big teaser for what's to come.
Oh, yeah. I mean, tomorrow, speaking of what's to come, we have the lower bracket now joining the bottom 25 teams here. Is there any team coming into tomorrow that we haven't seen today that you're excited for?
Oh my gosh, definitely Clicks and Epic Whale. Some of my favorites for a long time now.
Oh yeah, you were actually just telling me before we went live that you've been going to Fortnite tournaments since the World Cup. What has that been like watching Fortnite grow and evolve?
It's honestly been such a blessing. Like, I feel like each year Epic just steps it up one level after the next, and it got me hooked on seeing the live events. Like, being here is nothing like being at home.
And speaking of Epic Whale, you were actually sitting behind the parents. What is it like to see, you know, just these emotional moments and the people that are so passionate, just like yourself?
Oh my gosh, it definitely passes on like through you. Like, they were crying, I started crying. I was like, I didn't even know who Epic was at the time, but just to see that passion from the parents supporting and then like watching him compete the way that he did was just beautiful.
Oh, and we got to watch some incredible competition today. Was there any surprises for you?
Oh my gosh, I feel like Fortnite in general is just full of surprises. Like the loot pool or what people land on. A lot of the 50-50s had me like jaw-dropping shocked, and it was just exciting to see Kanata go against Malabuka and Thomas, and just like it was amazing. Very hype.
I know. I can't believe that it's already over. I just want more, and we'll get more tomorrow. But Peach Cobbler, thank you so much for joining me here in the Creator Lounge. Where can people find you online?
It's the Peach Cobbler anywhere. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you again. And guys, I believe we're heading back to you, Zeke.
You are. Hi. Thanks again to Peach Cobbler for hanging out and all of our creators that stopped by. We do truly appreciate that. We have to set expectations going into tomorrow. We don't want to get too kind of deep into it because we'll have all day tomorrow to break all of it down. But now that we know which duos will be moving to tomorrow, I kind of wanted to kind of get your thoughts. Are there duos in the lower bracket as we take a look at this list? Just give me one from each of you, just a little taste, a little more.
Mr. Savage and Verdeel, it has to be, right? You know, Mr. Savage, all the fans in the world, clearly, right? Everybody loves Mr. Savage, and of course the same for Verdeel. All the pressure's going to be on them to perform for their fans, and I think they'll deliver.
Hey, Levin, we were hanging out a little bit with some of the fans, and as they were walking around, I believe I heard this multiple times, quote unquote, Clicks is going to win. So I'm sure the arena will be absolutely crazy tomorrow seeing him compete. So I'll be excited for that as well.
I've got to round this out. Agers and Kanata, right? Having this crazy 50-50 off spawn today didn't work out, but that's okay. This is Agers. This is Kanata. They are FNCS champions for a reason. I will put my faith in that hat, of course. As we begin to wrap things up, how did you feel about the day?
Absolutely awesome. I think everybody crushed it out there. It was pretty much exactly what we were hoping for out of an upper bracket, right? I feel like we saw a lot of strategies actually come out, and then some others, you know, it looked like towards the back end of the day, a lot of those top end teams kind of decided to kind of pull it back a little bit, right? And relax. So that means that they're not really putting everything out there, which means that they'll be ready for finals.
Yeah, 100%. I think everything in the server's been unbelievable. What you'd expect. The crowd has been amazing. I think for me personally, seeing Zeke, you know, sort of on the stage, for the stage, you feel right, the lights go down, everyone's cheering. He looked like the coldest man in all of Denmark in that moment, man. He just looked way too cool. I think more of that from you, Zeke, and I'd be happy.
Okay, anyway, as we start prepping for tomorrow, why don't we send it up to the Catch to get their thoughts on the day?
Thoughts? I have so many of these thoughts from watching the first 3 games in the crowd, this amazing crowd that's been so great all day long, to casting these final 2. All I really got to say, Taco, is for those 25 teams that are playing again tomorrow, look at it as glass half full. You have another opportunity to make your dreams come true. Just don't take it lightly.
Look, the lower bracket was already looking pretty spicy as is, so seeing some of the teams that are going to be joining them after today's competition, it is going to be insane for tomorrow's lower bracket matches. And one of my favorite parts personally about today was being up here in the commentary booth the entire time and just hearing the moments of cheering, the crowd chants. I cannot wait to see what some of these fans bring for us tomorrow in the lower bracket match, because you have to expect that is the last opportunity. You either make it through in the top 25 of our lower bracket tomorrow, or that's it. You're going home. You're not going to see what the Global Championship Finals lobby is going to consist of on Sunday.
Yeah, this is something that I think we've been waiting for such a long time. 5 more games in the lower bracket, but that's going to do it for myself and the best Taco. Back to my best friends on the stage.
Whoa, Jacob, I am your best friend. Okay, that was Jacob PR, that was the best Taco, and can't forget Monster D-Face as well for calling some of the shots for us today. But that is it. Now we set our eyes on tomorrow. The lower bracket kicks off same time, same great place. We'll have so much to talk about tomorrow, so make sure you do not miss it. Don't forget as well, grand finals on Sunday. Global champions will be crowned. Thank you so much for watching Fortnite fam. As always, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus. Beep, beep.
Więc teraz gramy w Fortnite. Dobra, Bartek, już jestem. Widzę, czekamy na Bartka aktualnie.
Halo?
Halo?
No, jestem już.
Okej, no ja czekam na ciebie, już czekałem w sensie. I też jestem aktualnie. Dobra, to teraz co chcemy grać? Żebym wiedział jaki tytuł live'a dać.